Our children are priceless, and we would do anything to protect them. So why aren't you using Go Free to protect them from the most harmful ideas? Decades in the making, Go Free is a simple yet brilliant practice designed to free us from destructive socio-political ideas. As words are the tools with which we think, Go Free promotes precise, simple, and targeted language to counteract psychological warfare. When you go free of the system's control over your word choice, you liberate your thinking. As you grow, you can empower others. And the most important thing you can do is inoculate our children against the ideas that are meant to harm them.
Hey, Tree Godfather. Good afternoon. When you get a chance, could you just let me know if you hear me okay?
I hear you.
Cool. Hey, Hans.
Good afternoon, Hans.
Good afternoon. CKO is not feeling well. She's going to bed early.
Yeah, she had told me that. All right, give me a few minutes here. Let me get some stuff up in.
Man, I can't get over that post from old Stefan last night and keep thinking about that. Man, what a I mean, I got words, but I'll keep them to myself.
I hear that.
Hey, janitor of White Noir.
All right, I guess that'll get us started. We go ahead and get the intro out of the way. So, welcome to the Tuesday edition of the Shade Tree White Wellbeing and WG Space. We hold this space every day at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on X. We are a no white guilt community that meets to practice the concepts of the lexicon as developed by Jason Kuna, Mr. No White Guilt. You can find him here on X as at No White Guilt NWG, on YouTube and elsewhere as simply No White Guilt, and on the web at nowhiteguilt.org. We discuss a wide variety of topics of interest to white people and look for ways to apply solutions. I'm the Tree Godfather, your host, and my co-hosts today are our good friend Mr. Eindlin and the great Hans the Skipper. We do run pretty casual here, but I ask that you raise your hand if you'd like to jump in. Kindly don't talk over others. Otherwise, I call on speakers in turn for their thoughts. If you'd like to hop into the conversation for quick, it's important to act like a property. Get this shared into the groups because for some reason this first space crashed pretty quickly for no apparent reason. So let me get some invites out here. And then we'll go from there. I have no idea why it crashed, but it did. So let's start with that. If one of you guys wants to take the space link and post that over into the OT chat, that would be awesome. I see Biospirit of the West has joined us. Good to see you. Janitor of White Noir is here. Good to see you. We'll get Biospirit set up. That should take care of that. And we're just going to do one quick thing here and see who's over on YouTube. No White Guilt Westman Positivity is also here on YouTube. Good to see you. Oh, it's been an interesting, crazy morning. How's your day been, Hans?
A bit stressful. I had a difficult meeting, but we're doing another one tomorrow morning. So hopefully, I will be able to get to what um, grab the grab victory from the jaws of defeat.
Yeah, man, sometimes it's the way it feels, isn't it? I totally understand that. How is I doing today?
I'm doing okay too. Frustrated trying to get some stuff squared away with my doctor and everything. But it's just like everything else, man. I mean, the way doctors are nowadays, you can never communicate directly with your doctor unless you have access to the patient portal stuff, which is just the common thing now. So, and that crashed, so it hasn't been working for a couple weeks. Just a whole bunch of nonsense. I don't feel like getting into, but I'm doing better now that I'm here with you guys. But just a heads up, if I drop off suddenly, it's because I'm expecting a phone call. So I'll be right back as soon as I can, if I even get a call. But just a heads up.
Well, as long as you don't expect mouth to mouth, because I love you like a brother, but we ain't going that far. I totally understand you, though. That's been kind of my morning, too. Mr. Janitor of White Noir, good to see you. How are you today?
I'm great. Uh, Everything's working out better than yesterday because uh, I met with some friends and I didn't have the anti-white teacher, so professor.
Well, that'll definitely make your day better for sure. And finally, Mr. Biospirit of West, my brother, how are you?
I'm doing well, enjoying the first overcast day here in California that I can remember in many months. So it's nice and cool and having a good day so far.
And may your day remain good and overcast and cool. Good to see you, Mr. Cool Papa J. So as kind of tradition here, we start with a Westman of the day. I didn't really have an individual Westman to pick, to be honest. So this was something it had caught my mind, or caught my eye, based on a YouTube video of a guy, well, several guys, messing with snakes. And I was very curious watching them. Of course, the conversation fit into. So I looked into how all that was developed. Who came up with that idea? And hope you still hear me okay. And I'm just going to go ahead and read this brief history of anti-venom that I found on the egg website. I cancel here. As antivenom, also referred to as antivenin, is an antibody therapy that can be injected to a patient after a bite. Now, I was fortunate enough to grow up here in New England. There's not really that many snakes here, thankfully. There's not many poisonous ones anyway. But French scientist and physician Albert Calmet is credited with creating the first snake antivenom. Renowned chemist Louis Pasteur, that should sound familiar, met Calmet in Paris in 1890 and, impressed by his work, invited him to organize rabies and smallpox vaccination campaigns at the Pasteur Institute in Saigon. It was there that Calmet first encountered the lethal activity of the Naja Naja, or Indian cobra. In 1891, I didn't realize it was that old, he published a paper on snake envenoming and his tests of several chemical substances as possible therapies. This research led Calmet to successfully develop an anti-cobra serum in rabbits in 1894. Calmet's work was based on that of Henry Sewell, whose publications described repeat inoculations of pigeons with sublethal doses of rattlesnake venom to achieve an increasing resistance to its toxic effects. So in 1895, he began production at the Pasteur Institute of a therapeutic serum created by inoculating horses with the venom of the Naja Naja, or cobra. This process of obtaining antivenom revolutionized the treatment of snakebite envenomation and influenced researchers worldwide. Over more than 120 years, production of antivenom, which must be tailored to specific species of snakes, remains much the same. Many antivenoms are produced in horses, some in sheep. A small amount of venom is injected into the animal, causing an immune system reaction, a release of antibodies, which are later harvested via bleeding. This blood plasma is then concentrated and purified into high pharmaceutical grade antivenom. While the basic production method has remained little changed, many technological advances and purification processes have been introduced to achieve higher quality products and reduce side effects, most undoubtedly by Westman, I'm sure. Additionally, in the 1970s, antivenom began to be administered via the intravenous route, that's into the vein, as opposed to subcutaneously, which is under the skin, or intramuscular, which literally means right into the muscle. And if you've ever had an intramuscular injection, you know that those hurt like living hell. This has helped decrease severe reactions. And I won't read much more than that. So there's no point. It just kind of goes into some of the more futuristic stuff. But I thought that was a kind of an amazing bunch of story. Once again, Westman going and saving lives all over the world, which of course, we are very much vilified for. The ye old European is here. Good to see you. Benjamin is here. Also, good to see you. My friend Hans Skipper, over to you.
Yes, this is um, this is one of those things where um, Western medicine is not um, is w- uh, ec- how do you put it? An important characteristic of Western medicine is this scientific approach to find out how things work and um, and solve problems in that way instead of um, treating it as some mystical thing that affects the body um, that is not amenable to understanding. And what I remember about this anti-venom is when you are bitten by a snake, it's important um, to get evidence of the snake that bit you, because the anti-venom is also poisonous. So you need to know which anti-venom to use, because you have these neurotoxins and then you have necrotoxins, and then and you need to have the correct one. We of course have a lot of snakes on small holdings and farms in South Africa. And I um, once had to kill a snake in the cobra family. Um, so you have to also be careful not to get too close because they spit. um, but the dogs were they are not wise enough to, because they're not wild animals. They don't know that. So one of the dogs did get spit in the eye, and it was quite a funny story because um, we saw the one dog, but the dog's breath tasted like peppermint. And then we realized that the salve that we put on the one who got the stuff in the eye smelled like peppermint. So every time we put salve on, the other dog comes and licks it off. um, so we had to keep the dogs separate to keep it from licking the the salve off the eye.
Well, at least he didn't have to wear the cone of shame. Mr. Janitor of White Noir, your thoughts?
I've had an intravenous sympathetic block this summer, but so I at least think that's what it is. Um and it didn't help me for what I paid for it to do. So I was probably going to need more than one of those. But it didn't end up working out. What did work was supplementing because I have a deficiency of vitamin D and I didn't know that. So I got some magnesium and vitamin D, and I got the right kind. Um, and I've had like a deficiency, and I didn't know that until this summer for the past like 5 years. So a while. And it's like hard to get to sleep, and magnesium affects a lot of things. These vitamin D and magnesium, like stress and blood sugar and energy. Um, yeah. And so this past guy from the Western achievement of France, I think that's where he's from. He sounds French. Uh, that reminds me that I saw a video yesterday, and I was gonna share it to like probably the shade tree, like, but then I realized that what he did was bad as a tenant and like he endangered a lot of people because he set up he made spoons out of forks with a water cutter, like a water pressure machine, kind of like a CNC machine, but with like water pressure. And he poured all the sand and salt that he used and abrasive into the tub. And I was like, oh, Tree Godfather is a landlord, and I think he would really not like the well, yeah, he definitely endangered like the rest of the apartment complex because he rented an apartment and he put all the salt into the air, but not this time. The first time he did though. That was gonna hurt beams and stuff I saw in the comments because a lot of them were complimenting him and stuff like, wow, how awesome. But a few of them were like, that was really um dangerous. And I would have been like, I was like, I would not want to have this guy as my neighbor, even if it wasn't loud, because I don't think it was, but it would just be dangerous.
Oh, water jet. Yeah, it uses garnet. Yeah, those are pretty cool. Mr. Eindelen.
Yeah, so in terms of the anti venom, I mean, I know it's one of the uncomfortable truths as far as developing these types of well, the anti venom and medications in general is the animal testing that goes along with it. I think we're doing more nowadays to kind of avoid that, especially when there's just certain things that just don't seem very necessary as far as cosmetic stuff and things like that goes. We really we don't need to be really testing that. Some of that stuff is just I mean, I consider it vanity, but I appreciate the contribution of the animals as far as because without testing on them we wouldn't have half of the medications and stuff that we have now. Like I said, people there, it's just the uncomfortable truth of developing some of this stuff. But as Westmen, we always, I mean, we love animals, and we would definitely prefer to avoid that. But I'm pretty sure you're bringing up a story today that is it kind of goes along with that. I mean, well, I'm sure we'll get to it, but yeah. So I just wanted to point that out. And then it's interesting that janitor of White No War mentioned the vitamins because he's right about the magnesium. That's one thing that I started taking. At one point in time, I was taking over 1,000 milligrams, but now it's a little bit under 1,000 milligrams of extra strength magnesium, and I can say that it's a noticeable difference. Like and D3 and stuff like that, everybody needs, but I was very surprised with the effects, noticeable effects of extra strength magnesium. So I thought that was interesting. You brought that up.
Good afternoon, New Hampshire Patriot. Good to see you. Cool Papa J. Ivan the Horrible. And A Lost Pilgrim's Journey on YouTube says, greetings, white people. Mr. Hans.
So my father worked at a medical facility where they did do experiments on animals, and so what happens is there's a protocol to get medicine approved for humans, and it starts with it must be tested on white mice, and then there's another animal that I forget. Oh yes, rabbits, and then it needs to be tested. They had one baboon, um, and the tests have to pass the baboon stage before it's approved for human testing. And I made extra money when I was a student at the university because they paid students um, to go and lay in the beds because you must be monitored the whole time. But that was the best because they had the best food in those experimental clinics, and for a student, food is quite high on the priority. But the interesting thing was, um, they didn't allow us to watch any TV that will get our pulse up, because it will mess up the measurements if we have hormone release. So we weren't allowed to watch any sexy TV or anything that will make us excited. So that 2 weeks in the clinic was the most boring 2 weeks, but we were well paid. But it was interesting. The animal unit was completely isolated from the rest of the buildings. It had the people that got in. There was an obstacle. There was a wall that you had to step over. That's designed so that rats cannot climb into, so no animals can get into the facility. And then you had to undress and dress other clothes before you can go into this facility. And there's this one thing, they had this one device which was quite interesting, but maybe you know maybe it will make people queasy. But they had to the white mice, in order to measure the progress, the absorption of the thought at the very on the second to on the second the heart must stop. So they had a device that 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 had two plates, and then they would um, it's like a gun, but it has two side plates with spring loaded side plates. And then when um, they would this would be in liquid nitrogen, and then on the second they would crush the mouse with this device, and then the whole mouse would be frozen. That was maybe too much detail, but yes, animal testing, um, that's the necessary stages if you want to but by the time they got to the baboon, the therapeutic levels were so low, because they're not interested in the therapeutic effects on the baboon, that they are interested in seeing how it gets into the cell and the profile of how long it takes to get out of the cell. So by the time it gets to the baboon doesn't even have any therapeutic effects because of these. So it's highly overblown. Um, you know, I also watched those stories where they shaved the animals, and the blisters on their skin, and this. I saw nothing of that. Although I never really entered into I just saw the stuff when they worked on it outside. I was never allowed into the facility.
Good afternoon, Grace, and stumbling. You know, I think as much as animal testing is necessary, I do believe that overall, certainly the way we treat animals is going to be fairly humane. We also tend to, we're doing this for a purpose, right? We're not just killing them for no reason or just because we're mean people. There's at least a justifiable use behind it. I says hello on YouTube. Mr. Biospirit of the West.
Yeah, I always have a horror of hearing from people in other parts of the country and the world who have these horrid venomous snake stories like Hans has, or people who live in the South and stuff. Because where I live here in California, we just have one that I know of. I believe the only poisonous snake we have is the rattlesnake. And I was brought up to be totally in complete fear of this snake at all times. And I am now in my 60s and I've never seen a rattlesnake. But wherever you go hiking, wherever you go out into the woods, there are always signs saying beware of rattlesnakes, and there are rattlesnakes on the trails, and but you never see them. So they must be very frightened, scared little snakes, because I've never seen one. Um, and what was the other thing I was going to? Oh, there was a movie back when I was a kid that was about. Um, it was about rabies, and it was like the dogs went crazy or something, and they were biting all the people, and all the people were getting rabies, and then they were biting people. It was some weird kind of horror movie, and that made me extraordinarily frightened of getting rabies from a dog or a bat or anything like that. And it just goes to show that um, the mind cannot the subconscious mind cannot tell the difference between reality and a movie. And so those are my thoughts on this.
I gotta say, I was being lucky because, again, in New England, there's only two poisonous snakes that you're even possibly going to find: the eastern timber rattler and the cottonmouth moccasin, and they're both extremely rare. I can't say I ever encountered either one. They're also generally, most snakes are timid anyway. They don't really want to strike humans. Unfortunately, just we move a piece of wood or disturb them somehow, and that's usually how you get bit. And I'm curious if that movie you're thinking of, I remember in the 70s perhaps, or maybe it was the early 80s, Cujo. That was a Stephen King's Cujo. That was a heck of a movie with the big giant Saint Bernard that got rabies. Was that the movie by a spirit?
The name doesn't sound familiar, but that it's from that era. It's from the 70s, but I don't remember what the name of it was.
Mr. Hans the Skipper.
It's all coming back to me now. Another animal. So they had these rabbits. They called it Californian rabbits. It's a white rabbit with its paws are black, and its the tips of its ears and its nose were black. A very beautiful white rabbit with these black the black edges. But they only used perfect animals, and one of them had a birth defect, and they gave it to my father as a pet. So we had this Californian rabbit that we had as a pet, and we built a whole castle and everything for this rabbit. Now, the other thing that happened is one of my friends, he liked fishing, and he kept on and on and on because I told him that they have um, um, uh, frogs. They breed frogs at this animal testing center, and he kept on and on and on. He wanted me to ask if he can have live tadpoles for fishing, but eventually I gave in and I went to the head of the testing center and I asked him, can I have some tadpoles, live tadpoles for fishing, for bait? And was that man affronted and insulted? He gave me a speech about animal cruelty that I've I will never forget that feeling of shame. And I asked my father about it, and he says, yes, these people, you wouldn't think it, but they are all crazy animal lovers.
One thing growing up on a farm, you realize pretty quickly everything needs to eat and everything poops. Um, it's interesting. Yeah, we had rabbits. I remember when I was a youngster, we had some rabbits as pets. Of course, they were, out back. I call them pets, but in reality, they were meat rabbits. I can't tell you how many times growing up I probably ate rabbit and was told it was chicken. But it's living it on the sticks for you, Mister Eindelen. Anything else on this?
Well, I appreciate the stories about the animal testing and everything, because yeah, I mean, we see these especially like on the back of like shampoo bottles and stuff now, and certain other items. They kind of they point out that it's like this nothing. This wasn't tested on animals, and we get this misconception that people in the first place were taking these animals and like doing some clockwork orange stuff to them, and that's just not the case. Of course, we would do everything we can to protect the animals, but yeah, I appreciate the stories, and I kind of figured as much that I mean, the people that are handling these animals, they don't hate the animal. It's for a purpose, as the tree godfather said. So that was cool to hear.
Janitor.
Um, so like the story about the animal, uh, humanely dealing with them. I think that's super similar to when exposing yourself to the to gore, like that topic from the shade tree previously. Um, how like they're super sensitive, those scientists, to it. Um, actually, I guess it's kind of the opposite, but I've seen recently, at least today, Hans outreaching to those pictures specifically because yesterday and the day before, I mean, we've been documenting how the pictures of the murder of that Ukrainian in America went. And then recently, these pictures, it's showing her being murdered, and the day before, it was showing her face, like uh, her in a yearbook or something. And but today, so Hans has been outreaching to like those pictures today, where it's her being murdered. Um, and the way you've been sensitizing to it. I mean, actually, this brings up a question that I was trying to get answered, um, or at least ask correctly, because the Hans the Skipper, you've been saying that you want to maybe, and I think you're right, when you're saying to not address the individualism part of Go Free, because you don't want to change how the hardware of white people, but you want to change the morality of the software of it. And um, I think you're right because I was outreaching to an influencer the other day and I had a perfect conversation, really, except for I could see myself getting like caught, not like tripping up at that part. And um I was like, just thinking this is a good thing that I need to learn specifically about because I think it's perfect point how you were bringing up, oh, the old Paris compared to Tel Aviv, Israel, and how those are just different hardwares, but you want to change the software. So can you explain that a little bit? Thanks.
Good
Yes.
afternoon for White Wellbeing. Over to you, Hans.
Oh, yes. All I meant was that um, that we currently if you look at what Western kind is, then we are a certain kind of people now. But our people are changing because different parts of our people are having children and other parts are not having children, and this is going to have um, an effect on our people. It's going to change our people, and all that I said was, let's not celebrate that fact because we already, first of all, we don't know whether it's going to turn out better, um, because it's a complex thing. Um, we don't know why we are so successful, as as a race, because all the psychometric measurements that we take, there's nothing that's stratospherically better than any other race. IQ is more or less the same as Eastern Asians, so nothing explains our success. So don't mess with something that's fantastically successful. You're probably going to ruin it. Um, and what I meant was, don't mess with the hardware, mess with the software. It's this idea that um, because the way natural selection works is it adapts the organism to the environment. So if the environment changes, the organism will adapt. And our environment is hostile to white people. Um, and the type of white people that reproduce are a different type than the type that's not reproducing, and we some of us are seeing that as a good thing, because one of the traits that are selected for is in-group preference and lack of empathy and things like that. So some of them may be good, some of them may be bad. But what I was trying to get across was that, rather than saying, because the assumption that changing us to an anti-white environment, the assumption that it's a good thing is that anti-whiteism is going to continue for a long time. But in that kind of future, we are dead anyway. So let's not optimize for a future that ends in a dead end. Um, we don't need to change our people. Our people are fantastically successful. Let's change the environment, and that was all that I said. And we have the key, I think, to permanently change it, because we already have examples of how just gaining knowledge cancelled different past failed strategies. Because there was a time when we Western civilization was not like it is today, with the values that we have. Our values progressed, and there are certain things that we're never going to go back to. We're never going to go back to dictatorships, because we know those governments are unstable. If you get a bad dictator like Nero, Nero almost single-handedly destroyed the Roman Empire. So we can solve this with replacing anti-whiteism with a white positive social morality, and that will absolutely survive the political tides like a magnetic field, because we see it now. We see the anti-whiteism survive political tides. It doesn't matter who's in office, anti-whiteism rules. So it's absolutely possible to do, and that's the only thing we need to do. Um, so that's the only thing. It's not complicated. That's what I meant by software. It's just my programming background um, intervening or getting in the way. It's just, let's change the morality. Let's not try and fix our people. Our people are fine. Um, the people who are some of the people who are the most infected with anti-white mean pathogens, they are some of our best type of people. They are our most moral people, and it's not that they are evil. It's that they have the wrong morality, and that's something we can fix.
Janitor?
I agree 100%. So I'm gonna recap what you said, like, um, and it really all tied together. So change the social environment from hostile to white positive, and that would be software change rather than collectivizing. Um, like, I'm not making a statement there. I'm just, summarizing. And so I think really easy, you know, like these ideas are interpreted like these defective strategies, which are like tyrannical control, which is what a lot of white cucks would like to do, like increase tyrannical control so they can have more hostile environment to, more more anti-whiteism, or futures that the schmucks, they are defective strategies with futures where um prospective whites are significantly reduced in number, and so then maybe they're but by that time, I'm saying, um how Jason and you have said, by that time it's too late. That's yeah. Oh, and so I liked how you're saying the last part. I'm not exactly sure. Let's see. Um but okay, about the after the dictators, you were saying the software and the magnetic field. So I was thinking like Isaac Newton, how he opted out of the white nuclear family, and that was bad. Um, I think that tied into that because it could have been because of some, uh, because even though that's the ideal, maybe he accepted that whites have an evil seed inside of them.
Hans?
The only reason why I brought up Isaac Newton was it's just an easy to understand example how it's not always a good thing if white people opt out of the gene pool. Because Isaac Newton's genes were good. We wanted more of that. So it's not always good if people opt out. That's why this automatic reaction to white women the most beautiful white women that you will ever meet chooses this ghetto black as a husband, and then people will say, "Good riddance, that's bad genes." No, um, Isaac Newton wasn't bad genes. He opted out of the white nuclear family. That beautiful girl is not bad genes. You can see it's not plastic surgery. That's all natural. So that's a cope. That's to cope for that loss aversion that everyone feels when they see that. It's the same loss aversion that we feel when we see that girl get stabbed. She should have been a mother. She should have been raising beautiful children. So that's a way to cope with that loss, that feeling of loss. But it's not true. These are very good genes, and that girl makes that decision because she has the wrong morality, not because she's immoral. She is immoral, but it's not that she's evil, or just a defective person. Um, and the other thing that I want to say, we absolutely must collectivize. Um, Even if it's not in our biospirit. And that's where we will make a software fix for our hardware. We don't need to change our hardware because if we root out the individualism in our instinct, that may destroy Western civilization. We don't know, but that is definitely a factor in our achievements. Is that individualism? Because I always think back to Millikan, the experimental scientist who determined the charge on a single electron. He didn't trust his colleagues. He didn't trust his instruments. He didn't even trust his own senses. That's how individualistic he was. So let's not mess with our instinct, our biospirit. We, but we can make that we can fix that with a social morality that elevates the well-being of our people to the highest value, um, so that every white person will seek his individual well-being by way of our people's well-being. Um, so absolutely, we must collectivize, even if it goes against our instinct. We must learn that, and we can learn that because everyone has learned anti-whiteism that is against their own selfish interests. So they have skin in the game and they go against themselves. This is how powerful a social morality is. So we can absolutely do that.
Interesting you brought up loss aversion, Hans. So the first topic up here in the Jumbotron is a longer video of Irina getting murdered. And of course, there are people looking to release all of the video, which seems to be coming in drips and drabs because, of course, they don't want us offended all at once. They're trying to ease us into it. Um, the story, which I think was discussed yesterday, that easing into uh, hard, painful stories like this, that's infuriating and anti-white in itself. But there was also a picture that circulated on X yesterday of what turned out to be this girl's roommate, perhaps in a bedroom. It appeared, and there was allegedly a BLM poster on the wall, and of course there were so many comments regarding this Irina, how she got what she asked for, and it was really stupid, ridiculous bullshit. All loss aversive crap about um, if she was pro BLM, as she probably was because it was her roommate. Well, then it's no rate loss. We, of course, in this community would never view it that way. We would certainly never sink to such a disgustingly low level. She is a daughter of the West. Her loss is a loss for all of us, regardless of how she leaned politically, what she felt of other races. She was one of us, and she was stolen from us by an anti-white piece of fucking shit. And the amount of cope in these little assholes making the most disgusting comments like that really pissed me off, to be quite honest. Hans?
Eindelin, do you hear Tree, Godfather?
Yeah, I could hear him okay. He just asked you to speak, actually.
Oh, okay. I just it clipped the last part clipped off, so I think I've got the context. Um, it this incident and the way it's handled, it tracks with what I remember of the Southport incident, where every day you get something new, and it gets worse every time. It's really, really it to see those bystanders amble away, not concerned at all. Every white person who looks at that knife plunging down, every one of us feel that pain, and um, it's inconceivable how people will just amble away. it's now, of course, we understand what's going on. The biggest factor is the anti-white social morality. That woman was dehumanized before she was even born. Um, Her life has absolutely no value. She's remember, when white children are white guilted in the school, when the anti-white teacher tells the white children how they were born guilty into an evil race, the non-white children are in the same room and they don't get white guilt. They get this deep hatred and 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 they want that retribution, and they build their retribution fantasies every time the teacher goes off on the white children. And this is the result of that. Those bystanders, um, they it's clear that they don't have any signs of any concern, because there's nothing, there's no concern. It's not present. They can't even fake it. That's a blinding light shining on the anti-whiteism as the social morality of our time.
I know.
Right, well said. And as you mentioned, they're giving away more pieces of this. There's more still images now. I guess that you could see up to her being curled up into a ball in the seat, and then of course you get to see now up close images of the bystanders, especially the lady to the left in the red, and she's just like, yeah, they almost seem completely unaffected. I'm sure it's concern for themselves, but at the end of the day, nobody's paying any mind to the girl that just got stabbed, and you still have people that are calling for more. They want to see the whole thing. For some reason, they just have to see the knife being penetrated into her throat and everything else, or else I guess they're not going to do anything about it until they see the whole thing. I don't understand the obsession, because at this point, these images of her being terrified, you could see the fear in her eyes. And I mean, I'm sure she's coming to the realization that she's been fatally stabbed. And that's not enough for people. I guess they just claim like they're going to, once you release the whole image or the whole video, they'll do something about it. But it's frustrating because you also see now there's no other talk of solutions. There's a lot of people talking about segregation and stuff like that, stuff that's already been tried and failed. Um, I don't know. It's like people, they just don't get it that and other times we've had situations like apartheid where the undoing of it was by white people themselves. The psychological manipulation of seeing that it's immoral to care about each other based on race, but yeah, I noticed that today because we were talking about it yesterday. How, in my opinion, gore doesn't really convince anybody of anything. I've actually seen people turn away from this stuff because of that. There was real quick. There was a lady, Brandy. She had a YouTube channel called Texas Conservative Chick, and she used to reach out to people in South Africa that were affected by the farm murders, and she would have interviews with them and everything. She did like a couple interviews with Jason, but she basically gave up, and she couldn't handle it anymore because she was hands on with the people that this stuff was happening to, and the amount of gore and other images, just like it turned her away from this. She's on like a permanent break from anything after she had been doing so much to help people, which is just my point that I think the gore for the sake of seeing the gore is not it's not going to help anybody do anything.
Well, again, as I said, you've got the absolute pieces of shit who would justify her murder because her roommate had a BLM poster. How disgusting is that? And then, you know, I'm not really a fan of this slow drip cycle, which of course is intended to reduce the sting of just how much anti-whiteism we face every day. When it comes to the full video, I like transparency, but Jesus fucking Christ, if seeing this poor thing curl up in a ball in fear of the impending death that she knows is coming, if that's not enough to change somebody's fucking mind, seeing the actual knife plunged in ain't going to do it. Nobody's going to change their mind if this, just a still image of this poor little girl who's all of 90 pounds soaking wet, curled in a ball, knowing she's going to die. If that don't do it for you, no. I don't want to see that. Frankly, I don't want to see the full video. I don't really have an opinion on one way or another about whether or not it should be out there. But I've seen enough happy horse shit in my day. I don't need to see it to already be pissed off. Biospirit.
I very much agree with you on that, Tree Godfather. I don't see any benefit for people to be seeing the full video. There's no reason for it. It's just it's gore porn, and the people who want to see that are they're defective, as you said. There's something wrong with them, in my opinion. I don't want to see it. There's nothing to be gained from my seeing it, and it feels like there's everything to be lost by seeing it. There's a losing of one's humanity, of your core soul, to see such awful things happening to someone. The other thing I wanted to mention is, I think it was when Hans was talking, is I was thinking last night that I have not seen anyone call for anyone to be held accountable for this. And perhaps this is something that we could do as a community, is to start a petition, or whatever, to call for the people who were responsible for this monster being out in the public and not in captivity, that they be held as accessories to murder. So the judges who let him out, the attorneys who were involved, the politicians who were involved, all of these people need to be held personally accountable with a murder charge, because their actions resulted in this. It's just like Hans is saying, the little children who are in a class and being told how evil they are, and the anti-white children are hearing this and internalizing that, and so then we get what we had on that train. I mean, you could go back many levels of who is an accessory to this murder, and I think we need to start doing that, because until people are held accountable for these horrors, they just keep happening.
Brother, I 100% agree. Heads should be rolling. Absolutely. And it's so common. You know, when the term career criminal gets to even be a term, there's something wrong. That shouldn't even be a term. Why do we have career criminals out with 10, 15, 50. I saw one with over 200 convictions. Why the hell do we have somebody with 200 convictions? I don't give a shit if they're for petty theft. Why the hell is he out in society? It's ridiculous. We're being murdered by these repeat offender animals. The judge that kept letting this asshole loose belongs under a prison somewhere, if breathing at all. I'm so tired of this. Pardon me, I'm not in the mood today to fuck around with people. For White Wellbeing writes, to complement the message of Hans, anti-white environments breed a different Western kind. Probably not a better Western kind, a people less able of producing Western civilization. We do not want to lose the unique Western traits carried by some non-breeding Westmen. And to be clear, I'm not like upset with anybody here. I'm just upset because, I have children her age. This could be my daughter. How is anybody supposed to be okay with this? New Hampshire Patriot. Good afternoon, brother. Come on in. Hello? Anybody hearing me?
I hear you, but not New Hampshire Patriot.
Yeah, New Hampshire Patriot. Come on in, man. I got a thumbs up from Gladiator. I guess we'll go over to you, Hans.
And another thing I wanted to mention was all the content creators who doesn't point out the anti-whiteism that is at the root of the cause. I mean, our people are being hunted in broad daylight. So what is it going to take? What's it going to take for them to call it anti-white? If not now. And because it's not only the wielder of the knife that killed her, it's the monster who opened the cage. It's the teacher in the classroom, like we said. It's the whole systemic anti-whiteism, the whole social morality. It's everywhere. It's in every news headline, every Hollywood movie where the villain has blue eyes, and every non-white character is moral and sage and good, and the ghetto black that looks exactly like that monster, that anti-white monster. That's the character in the Hollywood movie who saves the white girl from the psychotic white man in a suit listening to Beethoven. This is all anti-whiteism. This is a 100% an anti-white crime in many dimensions. And we need to call it that. Solutions, half the solution is naming the problem correctly. That's such a core principle of problem solving. If you don't name the problem correctly, you're probably working on the wrong problem.
So up in the Jumbotron, it's a statement from Trump regarding this anti-white terrorist attack. I'm going to read his statement, and then I'll read you my response to his statement. He wrote, I have seen the horrific video of a beautiful young Ukrainian refugee who came to America to escape the vicious war in Ukraine and was innocently riding the metro in Charlotte, North Carolina, where she was brutally ambushed by a mentally deranged lunatic. The perpetrator was a well-known career criminal who had been previously arrested and released on cashless bail in January a total of 14 times. What the hell was he doing riding the train and walking the streets? Criminals like this need to be locked up. The blood of this innocent woman can literally be seen dripping from the killer's knife, and now her blood is on the hands of the Democrats who refuse to put bad people in jail, including former disgraced governor and wannabe senator Roy Cooper. North Carolina and every state needs law and order, and only Republicans will deliver it. Additionally, where is the outrage from the mainstream media on this horrible tragedy? Vote for Michael Whatley for United States Senate. He won't let this happen again. So that's his statement in full. And I retweeted this with the response. He never once mentioned she was murdered for being white. This isn't a W. Until he's ready to call this an anti-white terrorist attack, get effed with your manufactured victories. So Trump, of course, never mentions the race of this girl. And we know it was a racially motivated attack because the killer is on camera saying he got that white bitch, quote unquote. There's never been a more clear case of a innocent white person, yet another one, murdered for being white. And his failure to call this out, frankly, pissed me off. Janitor?
Well, I think it speaks to his stated position is that because he didn't mention that it was a white victim, that he's just Trump's agenda for multiracial harmony and tyrannical control, which is what all the cuck discourse about this murder was.
Yeah, typical conservative take, right? Yeah, I agree. AAA is here. Jux is here. The Blue Flame is also here. Good afternoon, all of you. Nuclear White Family is here. Good to see you. Mr. Biospirit of the West.
Yeah, I don't know what else I can say about that, Tree Godfather. I agree with what you said in response because this is what we see from Trump all the time. He will not name uh, us as the victim. The only time that he did that was in the Time magazine interview, and that was at the behest of the interviewer who brought it up. So I can't imagine that he doesn't understand this or that he doesn't know what's going on or how bad it is. This is just the way the social morality is. So this is the way he speaks. It's like when he's in front of the cameras, he's always saying woke. He's always saying, all of the buzzwords that are from the media rather than using anything that would be beneficial to us as a people. So I don't really look to Trump to do anything or the administration. I can't imagine that they're going to do anything. They never do anything. So why would they do anything now? If we want something done, it's going to have to be us demanding that that something is done and that something has changed, and that's why I made the suggestion that I did, um, that we specifically call out who needs to be charged with accessory to murder in this, because they do, and until that happens, there's going to be no justice.
Yeah, and this also highlights something we in this community have pointed out many times. The right is just as anti-white as the left. Mr. Hans.
So Trump doesn't name the race because the crime um, contradicts the anti-white narrative. If the crime supported the anti-white narrative, he would absolutely name the race. He would say, this is a crime against black people. So in other words, this response of Trump is indistinguishable from any anti-white media response. In fact, the only reason why this is not New York Times um, page on New York Times is because they are so psychotically anti-white that they can't get themselves to even implicitly um, um, uh, seem to care about the well-being of a white person. But if they were at all aware of the sentiment, they would absolutely publish this, because this doesn't contradict the anti-white narrative at all. So no, this is a big L um, for the Trump team again. I hope this is not a trend, but it seems like this is going to continue into the future. And it seems like he's standing on the dead body of this beautiful, what was a beautiful woman, white woman, to do some politics. Um, I cannot see any of the emotion every non-defective white person must feel at this moment. I don't see that there. I don't see the righteous anger. I don't see um, a forbidding um, um, imperative to go and fix this thing, and to get these people into the ground where they need to be. Um, there's nothing of that. This is law and order, very, very weak. And it's not as bad as the Epstein thing, but it's limp. Yeah, it's a loss for the Trump team again.
The Westman 123 says hello on YouTube. The Hampshire Patriot had posted a comment, and he also brought it up to the Jumbotron. It's from Breaking 911. It says Trump DOJ to bring federal charges against alleged killer of Irina Zarutska. Quote, we will seek the maximum penalty for this unforgivable crime, and he will never again see the light of day as a free man, unquote, said AG Pam Bondi. If our systems weren't so absolutely white erased and anti-white, this piece of shit would never see the light of day again anyway. The fact that he saw the light of day as it was very distressing. New Hampshire Patriot, you had your hand up before, and it looks like you had dropped out. Did you want to come in now, or did you want to wait?
No, yeah, I'll come in now. I'm sorry, I ended up having a phone call. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for the mic. Enjoy this conversation. And Tree Godfather, I really appreciate hearing some emotion regarding this incident. I believe it was in the Carolinas. Yeah, it is absolutely devastating that an incident like that would even happen. But at the end of it, you see those four other sub-Saharan individuals just like do nothing, simply walk away, care for themselves, didn't help, didn't do anything while this woman, regardless of race, was just sitting there bleeding and dying. And what kind of a society are we to just walk by somebody dying with it without any regard? I mean, that is just sickening to where we're at. Not to mention, them just not caring for this person. It's really sick, and that's what I have to say for now.
I appreciate your thoughts, brother. I can't not get emotional about this. Irina was 23. I have uh, three daughters, two of which closely bookmark her in age, 26 and 19. As I've said many times, injury to a white person anywhere is injury to white people everywhere. And that could very easily have been one of my daughters. The reason, part of the reason, of course, that you don't see that concern for the other people on the train is they're not white. They don't share her biospirit, which is our biospirit of the West. And we've discussed many times in this space that, things that we consider cultural or moral norms aren't are not universally held beliefs. Concern for other people that we have as white people, which is why we do so many amazing things like create anti-venoms and then share that technology with everyone. That's not a universally held belief. Mr. Blue Flame.
Yeah, I even just before I jumped in here, I saw the little clip that I'm not sure who we saw it, where she got stabbed and like this fucking animal, he just walks away, and yeah, she just sat there. It went so quick, she didn't even realize the injury. She was like uh trying to like she felt something wet in her neck, like she didn't even realize she was bleeding or anything, and then yeah, she was just in shock. uh I've not yeah I think I largely agree with what Biospirit said, is that at the end of the day, you can point at President Trump as much as you like, but he doesn't have a people that wants to be led, and that is the problem. He's a leader without a people. What can one expect from him? um who is going to show up when he says, "Hey, white race, let's fix this shit"? You also have to consider it from that angle. Now, who's gonna show up? The Jews Bergs? No, they're gonna keep sitting behind their screens and keep spurging on Jews. I guess we might show up. I'll cross the ocean if I have to, if he's okay. If it doesn't only need to be Americans, I suppose. But realistically speaking, who's gonna generally gonna show up? Might be still a lot of people, maybe, but even the majority that would show up, they would not know the lexicon, and they would, in their anger, they might simply start doing stupid things. Um, there is also something to be said in the snake pit that President Trump is sitting in, that needs to be considered. If he, if every single one of these characters, and I don't know if it is the case or not, if every single one around them of his closest are all anti-whites, or these white gilded dorks, or to an extent just greedy creatures who only care what gives them the biggest cash flow in their pockets or whatever's going to be. What is he going to do? As like, if I would toss out a gamble, I might look at the military, some Marines or whatever, like some hardcore guys who really are there for their people or for our people. But even that, it's just like, in a certain sense, he's also trapped in the hierarchy of the country, of the system, so to speak. And we're simply not there. He can be white positive all you want all day long. Maybe he needs to keep it to himself anyways. It came out the one time, so it shows it's there. And then poof, crushed down. And why is that? There are so many power plays at hand. There's so many sub factions or two-faced rats that he probably is like spinning 20 plates at once, so to speak, right? Not all his decisions that you're going to see publicly are necessarily his own, and that is the nature of politics today. You do what is you go for the best option, but the best option for with the state that society is in is probably still going to be horrible. And of course I cannot know that, but that is definitely my suspicion, and I think it is a fair one. And it's recommended, guys, that when you look at Trump and you ask, like, why is he not speaking out for people? It may just be that. And we know they went after his family. Why wouldn't he be absolutely livid about that? And we also know he's going after a lot of these cabals. But again, in how much detail goes that? How many resources, manpower, energy, time is being spent fully on that? And then this anti-white shit has to come on top of that. The true issue there is, again, also that we see that so many of these judges are basically anti-white activists in a judge's robe. They are contaminating these positions. So many politicians, again, same story, right? Police officers, again, everything is so contaminated that, again, we're left with it has to be the people that has to decide to do something about it. Coming back to the initial point, we don't have that yet. It's people are angry. There are plenty of people who want to do something about this. But this is why, it's so important that they hear about what we are doing. And that is, again, we are doing the right thing here, guys. It's just that we need more breakthroughs, and we cannot expect from this famous guy who got who gets his money for saying some stupid shit, like 90% of garbage that comes out of some guy's face, and that is his money source. You're never going to convince them to do the good thing, unfortunately. A lot of people today, they live for their pocket, to fill it up, to pay off their debts, to pay off their house, whatever it's going to be. That is their sole focus only. And doing right, taking a risk, it is a sad affair. And I hate, absolutely, if there's something I hate, is has to say this, but the most people that we see today in public, they're only there for the money and the attention, certain gratifications. Can you fully blame them? Not even. But yeah, they want all the attention to them with their garbage, and then like 10% of it is something positive. Okay, fine. Like they want to do a little bit, but they're never so far as to risk their career, because they don't want to be a big YouTube star one day and then have to be forced to become a sewer jack tomorrow, for the sake of doing the right thing. And again, that also plays in all of this. And how many people do you think are threatened in this manner to keep a shadow banned? Right? I know I'm going on and on and on, but there's a rather vast tapestry of You could even, is it blackmail, fear mongering, the fear of poverty, the want of attention, opposite of that, the want of cash, on opposite of that, to be rich, and yeah, at the end of the day, that people that we need to be, it is simply not here, and that is the single biggest issue, because a Trump who has a people as such has a pool to pick talent out of, and he has an eye for that. I mean, that's how he made his wealth, right? And that is, you know, I think that is why it's so important that you cannot lay expectations on others in this way. It should be like in a just world, that definitely should be the case, but it seems to not be the reality. And that is again not to doom and gloom people. It's just a matter of, yeah, there's still not enough advocates, I guess, or enough people who are generally supportive of white well-being. And yeah, until that problem gets resolved, we can have the best leaders on the planet show up. If only 20 of us show up to help, they'll be grateful, I'm certain, but what then? No, against the world, so to speak. What then? Um, and of course, in the meantime, we also see that, Jewsburgs, they're going to make it about, well, spurging on other races, of course. And conservatives, even the conservatives who are genuinely sick of this and they don't want it, and they don't want to be the next one who has to take this risk, or their children, or what have you, or some religious people. Actually, let's keep it to people. There are many types who are sick of this, but they're going to try to vector the solution through their creed that they follow. It's like, oh, if only we could make everyone a capitalist, problem solved. If we could make them all Republicans, if we could convert them to Christianity, if we could all make them fucking Buddhist for all you care, right? So, and these are the types who, yeah, they need to revolve their entire lives around the creed that they've decided to live by, which is their business. The problem is then when they try to force their personal desire on the rest of humanity. And now you've got this abstractionisms. You have these clashes between factions, and again, nothing really gets done, right? Even though the anger is absolutely there, and it definitely should be. And again, that points again at Trump seeing all of this conflict. What else can he do than throw up his hands? And I mean that in the sense of, yeah, how is he going to pull everyone together like that? If everyone's pulling each other's ears, hair, whatever it's going to be. Yeah. So I guess it's not to, or I shall one put it. I just want to present a counter picture of all of this as well, because I get the sense that might be a bit lost. I mean, you have a right to be angry. That there's nothing more healthy to see that and be angry. But to look up, to try to find a leader or a savior or whatever it's going to be, is that we're not there yet. We simply aren't. The leaders in question might exist, but no people for them to lead. And that's part of what we are meant to do, I would say, because I see it right now. As for that girl, there's one quick point, and then I'll let others go. I also noticed that which isn't shown, and that is that where are Irina's parents, her family? Maybe there is word on that, but I haven't seen anything yet. What are there Ukrainians? Does she have friends or relatives in Ukraine itself who should perhaps have a thing to say about this? I definitely haven't seen it. If so, and yeah. I guess I just want to add it in there because maybe something has come out, but I definitely haven't noticed. And if it hasn't, it's like, why is that? And I'll leave it here for now.
So I did see something on her funeral. Apparently, her parents weren't allowed to leave Ukraine. I don't know how that factors into anything, but I did see that. Just so you know, I say very often, we don't have a people. You are correct. And a big part of that is because more of us don't internalize this trauma. This is traumatizing to our whole people. People need to feel that. This isn't just a news story that flashed on TV and, well, it didn't happen to me. And that's kind of the attitude that so many of us have. No, take this in, feel it. This could be your child. How do you feel about that? Use that, get fucking angry. Use it wisely, but get angry. Internalize this shit to at least a healthy degree. You mentioned, Trump's newest, war on drugs and all that. And of course, it's, again, I don't look to Trump as any kind of a particular leader, but I'll just briefly tell you what I said about it or what I've been asking. Because, of course, he couches it as Americans are dying of drugs, which they are, a lot of white Americans. But what Americans are he talking about? Is he talking about the white Americans, or is he just concerned about the black Americans, the Hispanic Americans that die in all these drug wars and drug overdoses? I have to wonder. Good afternoon, Dallas. Good to see you. And Julia is here also. Good to see you. Janitor has had his hand up. We'll go to Janitor, then Gladiator, and over to Hans. Come on in, Janitor.
Hello. When Trump was talking about South Africa farm murders, he was talking about white victims. In what I saw about, the like a large amount of the conversation was centered and focused on them and the social environment, but not the anti-white regime in South Africa. And you can contrast that to this multiracial, harmonizing outcome of that led to this murder, where that is a defective strategy that the cucks do when they're white cucking. And I think to Blue Flame, arming, and this goes to my that I was bringing up earlier, that I wanted to arm prospects and ourselves effectively with the Go Free method. And so that's why I was asking Hans earlier about the software and that topic, because if you have a defective strategy like the white cucking, it's just, I did, oh yeah, it's just dumb. So I saw a new not detail really, but an update on this murder, and I'm gonna send out a tweet to it. But oh yeah, I'm gonna attach a meme as well.
In terms of the spurgery, I just want to be clear that this happens because we are broken. That animal was on that train not because of blacks or Jews. He was there because we as white people refused to be a people. Ms. Gladiator.
Hello. So, what I'm hearing through all this is that we, America and Americans, have already been sold to the Muslims, meaning us, our laws, and our businesses and our homes. And we must get busy. And now, I mean now, and I can't see anything y'all posting at Robotron, but if someone would please like DM me a video so I can get busy around here. I need y'all to guide me in how to start a petition because I'm serious. I'm ready to get started. That's all I have to say.
Are you on mobile or are you on a laptop?
I'm on a mobile Android phone.
Yeah, so what you do is above all our little icons, there's a space up there, right? Where you see all the posts. You should be
Uh-huh.
able to just swipe that left or right to cycle through all different things up there.
Okay, I'll try it whenever the space is over. I get what can I yeah, I can still see it all then, huh?
Yeah, you should be able to see everything. Just swipe left or right. You'll
Okay.
see a bunch of
You
row
can't
of
after the
dots and all
space has
that.
ended.
Okay.
After the space ends, you cannot swipe anymore.
Oh, okay. All right, I'm gonna try and do it now. Hey, y'all can go ahead. Thank you.
Let me just read in a couple of comments real quick. Jacques comments, problem with the West is we are too kind to other nations except our own. We lost a universal identity until a horror event jolts us out of our slumber. Governments are more worried about cohesion than the protection of innocence. We see this in Europe, UK, and now the USA. Stumbling says, please segregate us from the dumb whites who need to see every detail and will still claim it is fake and only use images of her murder as anti-black propaganda. They want to see the knife plunge into her white neck because it is held by a black hand. Purge us of these anti-white demons. Yes, that is something kind of, I think, what I just spoke to, really. Um, you know, it doesn't matter whether the guy that murdered her was black, Hispanic, Jewish. I don't care. I care that she was murdered by an anti-white that shouldn't have been there and wouldn't have been there if it weren't for anti-whiteism. And that's what we work every day, of course, here to fight against. Because we don't care what pair of legs the anti-white came out of. It doesn't matter. I just want them. I want anti-whiteism to end. I don't want any more of our children dead. Mr. Hans.
I just wanted to respond to Jock's comment. The first thing is the statement that the problem of the West is that we are too kind to other nations, except our own kind. Now, of course, he refers to Western kind, um, which is the only people who can create Western civilization. Now, the first thing I would say is that the problem with the West is we are. That's the first issue that I have because we are. It's natural for us to take ownership of what the anti-whites in charge are doing, but we must never do that. We must never ever do that, um, because what the evil that they are doing on a daily basis, we didn't vote for that. We didn't want that. And in fact, the anti-white uni party is in every country. It doesn't matter what the voters want. What the voters get is more anti-whiteism every time. And when I say anti-white uniparty, I mean both right and left wings of the party are anti-white. The right is usually anti-white light, and the left is hardcore, in your face, anti-white, and they are selling to the non-white segment of the population. So yes, we, there is no problem with the West. Is we don't take ownership of what they are doing. Then the other thing is kind to other nations. Now there is a legitimate argument to make that we have been psychologically disarmed by the anti-white tactic that frames our victimization as well-being for others. Now, I'm not sure if Jock refers to policies like white erasure that imports these monsters from these gross cultures into our towns to leer at our children, or whether he's referring to um, the justice system in America, who is uh, who is infested with these absolutely rabid anti-whites, foaming at the at the mouth anti-whites, who insist on preferential treatment, um, special privileges, freedom from responsibility for every non-white criminal. They incentivize repeat offenses when they do that, and they know it. This is why it's a common thing to have someone that has 14 convictions, um, because of um, these anti-whites that are everywhere in every system, in every institution. So it could be that he referred to that, but those anti-whites, it's not because of kindness that they give the freedom of responsibility or the special privileges or the preferential treatment. It's because they internalized the anti-white ideology where non-whites, only whites can be evil. So, in other words, when a non white person commits evil, then from the anti white logic perspective, it necessarily means that you're not looking at the crime um, in the correct way, because you're not seeing the white hand behind the non-white criminal, or the non-white criminal had a good reason, and usually the reason can be traced back to white people because we are the only source of evil in the anti-white ideology. So it's not that they feel any kindness towards the non-white person. It's because they um, they feel um, um, they are anti-white and they want to harm the well-being of white people, or rather they believe only white people are capable of evil, and even if they are not seeing it, this is why anti-whites have no problem in believing in these nebulous fantasies of white people in the system who are oppressing everyone, while we can point to concrete examples of anti-white victimization. But anti-whites have no trouble in believing in these nebulous fantasies, because they live inside the anti-white narrative, where that has, with this whole lifetime of lived experiences in entertainment media, where the psychotic evil villain always has blue eyes, and that's their reality. So back to the point that um, they are too kind. It's not being too kind. It's because they don't believe non-whites can be evil. And then the other thing is, he says we lost our universal identity. Now, of course, Ashley Giordino, her research showed that about half, if that's an incredible number if you think about all the anti-white propaganda, but about half of white people have a positive white identity. But you know what? That doesn't help. That doesn't help us. All a positive white identity means uh, I'm glad I'm white. I love being white. I believe we are a net gain for the earth. That's all it means. we we need a white positive identity of absolutely we need that, but we need to become a people. We need to see our individual well-being by way of our people's well-being. We need to bind together as a people. um, because a white positive identity works very well if you are an individualist who has no problem, um, you know, not caring about any other white person. So we yes, a white positive identity is good, but we need peoplehood. That's what's going to um, be required for us to be able to mount a collective defense against this collective anti-white attack. Then the other thing that I just want to comment on, uh, this horror event that jolted us out of our slumber. um, I think, of course, there is that loss aversion of that beautiful white women, and blondes are rare. Beautiful blondes are even rarer, and young beautiful blondes about to start a white nuclear family, even rarer. So she looks like she dressed in a way because she doesn't have the stigmata of anti-whiteism. So she looks like she was one of those young white women who would have had a family. So there's that loss. But I think what's even going to jolt harder is seeing the most angelized race amble away while this beautiful woman is dying alone, scared, and confused. Why is no one helping?
Yes, Hans, and I can feel the pain in your voice, brother. I appreciate it because I know that you feel the same way I do. Let me get some comments out of the way. The Westman 123 writes, anti-white slurs should elicit in us the feeling that what happened to her is in the train. The anti-white slur justifies in the anti-white's mind to do that same crime to you. And I apologize if I made any errors in reading that. It's just a little bit out of my vision here. Yield European commented below, on June 16th, a 72-year-old man was stabbed to death on a bus in Belgium. A couple of days, this was in the media, and then it vanished. Almost no outrage. So sad. Almost no one pointed out the reason, only the immoral demand of remigration. Sickening. Remigration can't happen without a people. Um, I think here in this group, we recognize that everything is downstream from becoming a people. We have to do that first and foremost because you're not going to get any solutions to any of these problems, whether it be political solution, deportation. Nothing else is going to happen until we change the social morality that says that we're not supposed to be murdered on a fucking bus for being white. I fully agree with everything Hans said. Hans, I have a lot of respect for as a very intelligent, articulate man who feels for us as a people. Ms. Dallas is here. Good to see you, as is Julia and the nameless one. Ms. Gladiator, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I just want to let you know that I found out how to work the Robotron now. Thank you.
Mr. Eindelen.
Yeah, this whole situation is just I mean, it's frustrating for so many reasons, but one thing that I just can't help but think is that I mean, we're missing an opportunity here to really take something that's tragic. It's I mean, but we're it's kind of slipping out of our hands that we're not able to capitalize on this and really bring more people to the solutions that we have. It's just I don't know. It's frustrating. I've seen a lot of stuff on social media. It's getting a lot of attention, but the stuff that we talk about isn't really. It's not really rising to the top. I still see a lot of people. People are really kind of using this to kind of push their own narratives, like we were talking about with Stefan Molyneux. He basically hinted at, well, I mean, his post last night, it was disgusting. It was basically a sideways way of blaming feminism, saying that women basically, well, you voted for this, welcome to the party, was his words, which and he's not the only one. He's got a lot of a large following, so I guess it matters more than some of these little trolls and stupid people that say stuff. But I see a lot of that. I see people they associate this event to something else besides just the fact that she was killed because she was white. And the reality is anybody that she could have been any white woman. She could have been any white girl sitting there. It was because she was white that she was killed, like you guys said. But at the same time, I feel like by the time we really start capitalizing on this, uh, another one's going to happen because I saw also somebody posted a picture of Victoria Rose Smith, which she was killed by her anti-white, non-white foster parents. Her foster mother was known on, I guess she was on the Food Network or something like that. She had moderate fame, and she was known on social media posting anti-white garbage about white privilege and stuff like that. And then she goes and adopts these three white children that the family that they came from, they were on hard times, and of course, our people get targeted by CPS. I mean, we're fast to lose our children if God forbid something happens and you fall into the crosshairs of the CPS or some other type of social services. But anyways, they brought this up, and I'm not saying that it's wrong. If of course we should always take a chance to remind people of the whites of our white brothers and sisters that have been victimized every chance we get, when we can never forget them. But at the same time, I just see it mixed in with a lot of other like people's personal interpretations and stuff. Uh, yeah, it's just tough. I mean, because like I said, before you know it, we'll lose somebody else too. So I'll leave it there for now.
Yeah, that's a valid point. CPS is just another note of power for anti-whites to occupy and use to victimize us. We know that happens quite a bit. For White Wellbeing wrote, "Thank you for hosting this, Tree Godfather. To service to white well-being is deeply appreciated, and look at the immense benefit through peoplehood your commitment and spirit is fostering." Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That's not just me. Everybody here is an absolute hero for white well-being. I am consider myself honored to be in amazing company. I truly mean that. He also writes, "Hails to our brother Hans, um, specifically to you, Hans, and I wrote hails to all of you. You built this brick by brick, Mr. Hans."
I want to quickly ask Gladiator, are you on PC or are you on mobile?
Mobile.
Okay, because there is a specific issue on PC with the Jumbotron, but that doesn't apply to you. So that's all that I wanted to. Oh, yes. I also wanted to comment on another thing in Jock's post, because he says governments are more worried about cohesion than the protection of innocence. This is another thing that governments are very good at, and that is to fake this, or to use this social cohesion as a pretext um, to not act when white people are victimized. This is what they did for the industrial scale rape of white English girls in the UK. White welfare, social welfare, or um, people, the white priests in the Anglican Church, whites at the BBC, white police chiefs, they all um, excuse themselves, or they all use this excuse that um, uh, they kept silent because they wanted to preserve multiracial harmony. But this is absolutely nonsense, because when a crime supports the anti-white narrative, those same people will shout from the microphone. They will shout that people need to get angry, stay angry until this evil seed in white people is resolved, until we find a solution. They will create new laws. They will I mean, there's one woman, a black woman, who she sits in parliament because her child was victimized by white people. So absolutely not. They don't care about multiracial harmony. It's just a pretext um, to not act when whites are victimized. But when the crime supports the anti-white narrative, you see the mask come off, you see the teeth, you see the bloodthirsty anti-whiteism. So don't let them sell you on multiracial harmony. It's a pot full of nonsense. The bill for multiracial harmony always goes to white people, and all we get in return is more anti-white resentment.
That's a fact. That is an absolute fact. Stumbling wrote to Eindelen. He said, "Yes, brother. This is why I said on Jason's stream, I hope we can memorialize Irina and keep talking about her after the grifters have forgotten about her." And they will. Stumbling is so right on that. We see that so many times. All they care about is what they can get for clicks. Office, one of our own gets murdered, and they cover it until the clicks are gone, and they don't give a shit because they don't care about white people. Janitor of White Noir.
I'm doing saying how it's gonna slip this opportunity, but I'm really happy with how we use the method, and so I shared another. post I made or reply to the jumbotron, and thanks Hans for the multiracial evil seed explanation.
Yeah, I did see that. I'm going to read that out. So janitor White Noir had posted, bystanders ambling away is a blinding light shining on anti-whiteism, the social morality of our time. I investigated the case for 10 seconds and decided that we need to put the anti-white monster into the ground to send a clear message that the lives of white girls are important. I can't agree more, honestly. Every fucking one of them. And it's only going to happen when we become a people. It ain't going to happen a minute sooner. Mr. Biospirit, your thoughts?
I couldn't agree more. And I just wanted to let you know I've sent a message to Jason asking his opinion on the petition, and also asking if he'd be willing to write a press release for the foundation. And so we'll see if we can get that going. And I, I I feel so overwhelmed at times when these incidents keep happening, not just every once in a while, as we were talking about yesterday, how or yes, was it yesterday, the day before, the day we were talking about Jack the Ripper, where that was so out of the ordinary that it became a written about and became folklore. That now we are living with this every minute of every day. If it's not a gentleman on a bus in Belgium, it's our lovely young woman on a train in North Carolina, or it is a woman on the subway in New York who's set on fire. And this just cannot go on. We have got to we have got to make this end. So that's my thoughts on that.
Well, first, brother, I can't tell you how much I appreciate all of your efforts running the OT, the foundation, work that you do. I don't know if I could ever keep up with it all. You do an amazing job. Something I wanted to comment, um, you know, we are, of course, we talk about, this beautiful young girl murdered. Um, and I'll continue to describe her as such, but it doesn't really matter that she's beautiful. She's one of Western kind. If she was 300 pounds ugly, I wouldn't care, because none of us deserve to be murdered for riding a train, whether we're beautiful, ugly, whether we're young and 23 and looking ahead to life, or if it's the 71-year-old on a train, a senior citizen, doesn't matter. None of our lives should be cut short because of anti-whiteism. So I just want to make that clear for anybody listening. I don't want anybody to get the idea that we only care because she's quote unquote beautiful. It doesn't matter. She's one of us. It wouldn't matter if it was a one-legged guy with missing teeth. I don't care. Injury to a white person anywhere is injury to white people everywhere. I say it all the time. I can't stress enough how much I freaking mean it when I say that. It doesn't matter. We are a people. We need to be a people and act that way and think about the protection of all of us. Mr. Hans.
That's good that you mentioned that. Of course, for anti-whites, It's absolutely a factor. I remember when that Jonathan was murdered by a pack of anti-white non-whites for intervening when they were victimizing a weaker boy. The anti-white media had this photo where he looked like he was on drugs. It was a bad photo, but they ran with that photo because they understand, they have a deep understanding of psychology, and I suspect that one of the reasons why the anti-white there's such a radio silence about this incident is because um, uh, people on X got in front of the situation, and there's all these beautiful images of this girl. So there's no way they can now use that dirty tactic of them to to psychologically disarm us by dehumanizing the victim further by showing her as ugly or degenerate or and that's what that was, that girl in the picture in the dorm room. That's absolutely what that was, those disgusting white negatives who spread that around. It's to dehumanize her further so that no one cares about this life that was snuffed out. So yes, um, we value every member of Western kind the same, but anti-whites do understand what material they have to work with, and in this case, they have nothing.
Yeah, very, very well said, Hans. And that's kind of why I brought up earlier, that image of her in the dorm room, which actually wasn't her at all. It was her roommate, I think. Um, and you see this a lot too with when one of our daughters of the West is murdered at the hands of a non-white partner. Um, you know, the burnt the coal, paid the toll comments, or she got what was coming to her. I find those absolutely disgusting and reprehensible. I don't care. We of course in this community we understand that uh, such relationships end up in our biological white erasure, and we understand the harm. But we also understand that if those girls had a people and were raised to understand the anti-white propaganda that exists, they probably wouldn't be in those relationships. You cannot blame a dog that for barking. It's been raised to be a dog. And if you take a girl, one of ours, and she's raised to hate herself or to think that biological white erasure is a good thing, then that's the result. But that in this community, that does not make her life worth any less because she chose what we would consider a bad path. And I hope I'm making sense with all that. I commented, we must see the forest from the trees. An injury to a white person anywhere is an injury to white people everywhere. From the sapling to the seed and the 100-year-old oak. I especially like the tree reference. Thank you for that, brother. Mr. Blue Flame.
Um, I'm not sure of much else to add to the conversation right now. Maybe maybe one thing just to clarify. Yeah, for Gladiator, if you want to do a petition or something of sorts, that's really good. Um, be sure you're ready for it though, right? Because I mean, I don't want to be presumptuous, but you sometimes seem to have like these moments of maybe distress. I'm not sure what the best term is. It's like be sure that you're okay with yourself before you step out in public, right? If you go out there, your representation, I mean, is everything, and that's. I mean, I definitely appreciate that you want to do this. Just at the same time, I want to make sure that you're going to be okay doing this. That's all. Uh, as for anything else that might be worth adding, yeah, the way how I see it, also, I guess with this whole ordeal, was it Eindlin? I think you mentioned something about jumping on this. Maybe we should, yeah, maybe we should be a bit more maybe we should be a bit more focused on anticipating these, yeah, these anti-whites and their criminal behavior. And we know that there's going to be more people are going to be, they're not going to be in the mainstream news, we know that, but on the internet, a lot of names, unfortunately, we can already predict it, are going to be tossed around because something was done to them by an anti-white. Um, like, can we? What is it that I wanted to say here? Actually, can we like set up? I don't know. Can we make little AI videos? Can we set up anything else, or can we do something right now that we can go out in society and say, it's like, we're going to make a prediction in regards to the next individual who's going to be, the victim of anti-whiteism, uh, and by true making a certain prediction of what is going to happen, what the media is going to do, or what how the response of President Trump is going to be, and the why of it, maybe even, can we go out in society and then build up a sort of what would you call that? A certain esteem in people, a certain credit that gets built up. Uh, yeah, uh, I'm struggling for words here right now. I'm not really at my most focused today, apparently. um, but yeah, do you guys know more or less what I'm talking about? Like showing off our predictive powers, and then adding to that, solutions that can be applied, by which those who want to call out on behalf of the victims, that there are ways that are going to be more effective than the typical ways. Because we see the conservatives, for example, constantly yapping on about the same old stuff and nothing changes. That we come in and it's like, it's time for something new, guys. This doesn't work, and I don't want to wait until the next one has to go down because we just endlessly remain stuck, right? Something along those lines. Yeah, I think it. Yeah, I think Andelin, it was you who, if I understood it correctly, that's more or less what you were thinking about, and if so, I would definitely agree with that. We should explore that a little. And yeah, there are multiple ways still that we haven't really touched on how to reach out into the world, right? But yeah, I'll leave it here for now. Just something I wanted to share, or some things I wanted to share.
I appreciate that, Hans. Yeah, I will take my time and look into it more and listen a lot more on here before I just rush into it. Thank you.
Kind of on the same lines. I wrote, all of us Go Free practitioners need media training slash practice and a good support system online and offline. Networks produce outcomes. Mr. Hans.
So this latest um, incident where one of our own was murdered, um, she was a Ukrainian, of course, and she was a war refugee. So if you expected all these accounts with Ukrainian flag to clamor for justice for Ukraine and justice for this Ukrainian refugee, if you expected that, you would be wrong. And why would you be wrong? Because all the accounts with Ukrainian flags in them, they don't care about the Ukrainian people. They are anti-whites who support an anti-white war that feeds white males to the war machine. So this is like a bonus for them to get the straggler that escaped the meat grinder, and gets picked up by some other monster. So this is just one more demonstration of how universal anti-whiteism is, and um, how the the predictive power of knowing how what the social morality of the West is you could have predicted this, and you can predict this. You can predict the people with Russian flags. They will not all of them. I mean, people with the Ukrainian flags that are Ukrainians. That's a different thing. I'm talking about people who want that war to go on forever. People outside of Ukraine, people who are not Ukrainian, they are absolutely, most of them, just anti-whites. They just want white males to be fed to the meat grinder, and they don't care if it's Ukrainian white males or Russian white males. They just want all of them dead, and that's what they're getting.
Another absolutely spot on observation by Hans. Um, I have a white male in the Jumbotron we're going to get to in a second. And I think you'll find that's an interesting one. Mr. Eindelen.
Yeah, so in response to the Blue Flame and the Tree Godfather, I'm not sure if you remember this, but one of the first Shade Tree spaces I joined, I had actually in the beginning I had mentioned something about this website that not a website, YouTube channel. I can't remember off the top of my head the name, but it my the whole thing was about predictive power, and apparently, according to him, this is one of the most important things as far as determining what universal truths should be. But this was a Fuentes follower, and my point of bringing it up was because we've seen accurate predictions in the past. People people decide what what they like. So like the other day Jason had mentioned something about the AFD assassinations that had been happening, and how he basically predicted this, and he said something to the people involved in meetings and stuff, and mentioned this to him, and like many other times that Jason's made predictions, people ignore them. And when things come true, then the people that see it happening, they decide not to acknowledge the prediction. So while there is a lot of power in predicting things and having them come true, it's really, a lot of it comes down to the power of suggestion, and I think that's really important for us to understand. uh I mentioned something, I think, about maybe a our own media type company or something like that, which, as he mentioned, it takes a lot of training and stuff. We had, the other day on the gathering, Jason had mentioned Rob Rundo, or somebody had mentioned him, and one of the things that he was doing, because I don't agree with what his solutions or whatever, but he had started his own media company. If anybody remembers, Media to Rise, and they were moderately successful just out of popularity. That's what I'm trying to get to. I know it kind of sounds like I'm all over the place, but the power of suggestion is very important. And that's why when I go on YouTube and stuff and I see comments from people that are just blatantly false, but they still have a lot of upvotes, that's what becomes the idea. That's what people end up like the other day I saw there was another white woman. She was a nurse. She was killed by a anti-white, non-white, and it's hardly getting any media attention. One of the comments was, yeah, the media loves to report when the murderer is black, but they hide all the white murderers, and anybody that's not delusional or paying attention knows that's just blatantly false. But it was one of the top rated comments, and what ends up happening is people see it getting a lot of upvotes, then the next person comes along and then they upvote it just because, like I said, the power of suggestion and the illusion of popularity. It plays a big role. I mean, and that's, I guess, I don't know if there's something that we can do. That there's a lot of these content creators that I think there's a lot of ego that's unchecked. There's a lot of people that I feel like we have some people that could probably support more, or they would be sympathetic towards what we're doing. But I think some people believe that to put wind in somebody else's sails is like dropping the anchor for themselves, which is blatant. It's fucking wrong. I mean, there's a lot of people that just like they don't support others, but they want support themselves, or they just I don't know. I think some people really they think that it's a popularity contest, and they want to play king of the hill, but they're going to be on top of a pile of their own people's dead bodies if that's what they're looking to do. It's just, I think, I mean, this, it's just, it's hard to know exactly how to address this, but I just, we're such a small group that's what we've said too, is that we, we don't have a people, and peoplehood is something that we really need to get on board with. But we're such a small group as it is. The only people that are really supporting us is ourselves, and that's pretty tough. I mean, I don't know, and I haven't been on X very long, but there's just some things that I've been noticing.
Well, you make some really good points, I know. And then I do remember Jason speaking about that point about, um, the most popular comment, most popular video, the most popular post, of course, is kind of accepted as fact. We see that all the time. And, the next thing up on my topic list here kind of plays to that, doesn't it? This is up second dot from the left in the Jumbotron is a post from White Guilt is Dead. We know who she is. But this was a TikTok or some kind of video from a young boy. He's 13, lives in Texas. His name's Tristan Perkins. And you can tell that he's buried in the anti-white narrative. Um, and the video does have text on it, so you don't have to listen to it. You can read everything he's saying. And of course, this is relation to interracial crime statistics. And he's debunking them, of course, which we know is garbage, because when you do the math and do per capita, everything he's saying is complete crap. Now, I brought this up because he he is one of ours. He's a little blue-eyed boy, white boy, one of Western kind, and he's being thoroughly trashed for his opinion, which is kind of appropriate. But he's more of a victim too, in a sense, isn't he? I mean, where did he get these opinions? All this anti-whiteism. This young boy was raised in the anti-white narrative. He's completely buried in it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. As Hans would say, he was guilty the minute he was born of being white. And having lived in Texas, I know darn well how much anti-whiteism he's surrounded by. It's an incredible amount. He probably goes to a school where he's one of the probably only a handful of white children even there. So I don't blame him. Um, and I had left a comment, if I can find it. I said he's a symptom. Uh, Understand he was raised in the anti-white narrative of white guilt since birth, propagandized against his own interests and people right from the womb. We need to work to end this social morality of anti-whiteism so that children like him aren't harmed in this manner. Mr. Hans.
Yes, we of course nuke this whole crime stat argument because it even at some point we know at some point in the near future crime stats are just going to be the anti-white narrative. We already see with white labeling and with white pixeling how they are white labeling is skewing the crime stats and white pixeling is showing Hispanic victims that look white when they display their images. So but we have the answer already. So anti-whites are working hard at this solution and they're going to solve it. They're going to crime stats is going to be going to look like Netflix. It's going to be all the criminals are white, labeled white, and all the non-whites are going to be innocent, exonerated. And this is another thing: exonerate. It doesn't mean innocent. The Central Park Five were exonerated. They were exonerated because of a gross miscarriage of justice. They were the videos where they confess is on the internet. There's not a single sane person who will look at that videos and think that these people are innocent. They talk about all the other ones. Every one of them on video is talking about what his buddies did. Of course he wasn't he's always innocent and he but some of them are so stupid that they confess their crimes because they didn't know that particular variation of rape is actually a crime. But anyway, so exonerated, it's not doesn't mean what this poor boy thinks it means. It doesn't mean innocent. It just means they used legal tools to get these people to walk free. So it's more anti-white victimization. It's more of what's already happening in the legal system where non-whites just get all the freedom of responsibility they can handle. They get all the special privileges, all the preferential treatment. Do you think um, this would happen if we had Western civilization and Western standards and norms? That that Central Park Five, that anti-white, non-white prosecutor that put that whole thing together, I think she's retiring and she has cases against her for malpractice. So, but all that aside, doesn't matter because in the near future, crime stats are going to be the anti-white narrative. Absolutely. So get ready for that. And we have the defense, and the defense is no matter what your data says, no amount of data or stats or pretexts can justify victimizing whites for their birth. If that's the conclusion, it's anti-white and we are going to reject it. So bring your crime stats, show how whites are committing all the crime, and just tell me how whites, other whites, who are not personally responsible for those crimes must suffer. Tell me how, and then we'll talk about your anti-white conclusion.
Yeah, Hans. I mean, you're completely correct, of course. Um, I brought it up not really for what he was discussing, but simply for the fact that he believes this because he's raised in the anti-white narrative. Jay Bishop commented, "The white race failed that boy in that video. Jews wouldn't let Jewish kids think that their race is going around murdering all the time when it's not true." And that's on YouTube. Mr. Biospirit.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on to what Hans was saying there. That I noticed some years ago that I believe it was a statistic of like 45% of the municipal metropolitan areas in the United States have stopped reporting crime statistics to the FBI. So the crime statistics that these crime spurgs love to use are so skewed now because the FBI is only getting barely half of the statistics, and the statistics they're getting are not from the most crime-ridden areas of the country. So that's been going on for years. So the 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 statistics that people are using already for years now are hopelessly skewed, and as Hans said, they're firmly within the anti-white narrative now, and that's not going to change anytime soon. And how can you go back? I suppose you can go back if we recapture our destiny and fix all that stuff. We're very capable people, but we're not going to win anything by doing that. And I know that our people love reason, logic, and evidence. And so we want to go to something and point to it and say, look, this is why you should be concerned about this. And I get it, but it has never worked. As Jason has pointed out, this has been a tactic that has been used for decades, especially by the American Renaissance crew, and it hasn't gotten us anywhere. And now the statistics that they're using aren't even real. So what are they going to do when the statistics so back up the anti-white narrative that we're the villains in every scenario? Are they still going to keep pushing statistics? What are they going to do then? Well, they don't have an answer to that, do they?
Yes, I will point out, yeah, that the statistics have been cooked for quite a long time, probably longer than most here have even been alive. They were doing it back in the 60s. They were cooking the books even then. Which kind of makes it, again, more interesting that, he's not trying to pretend to be white positive either. He is very much speaking as an anti-white, which makes it all the stranger that he's even using statistics at all. I'm not really familiar with his account or anything else he's posted. Just that, this young boy who should be thinking about girls and motorcycles and dirt bikes and doing things out in the woods is he's got like 100,000 followers pushing this anti-white crap. And if nothing else, that's more annoying than anything. But this is going to be another white son of the West. He's going to be lost to us. Of course, we in this group, we don't, argue with statistics because, as Hans very excellently articulated, that's a non-starter anyway. Mr. Eindelen, and then we'll go back to Hans.
Yeah, I mean the crime statistics. I mean, you both made a great point. They're just like the conversation we had about the crime scene photos. I mean, if the crime scene photos themselves don't work, then I don't understand how the crime statistics are going to help anybody. It seems like the people that are familiar with that type of data, they're already here. They've already arrived at this conclusion, and uh, it's I don't know. It's a shame because our people, they claim, just like with wanting the whole video of the girl getting stabbed to death, our people seem to, they claim that they want reality, but when reality is right in their face, they try everything they can to escape from it. And I guess part of it is our people, they have a hard time reconciling with the reality that we're facing. They just when it comes to like those crime scene photos, I think a lot of our people, they don't want to believe that these things are happening so common that they need to really think about it beyond this one incident, when in reality these murders are happening every single day, which goes hand in hand with the manipulated data. I mean, if we really had access to the true numbers, we would never stop hearing about these horrific crimes. But that's, I'm just saying, like, that's an observation that I've made, is with our people, they just reality, they want to escape it. So almost like we need to really start I don't know if it's right or not, but shame seems to work great on our people, because somehow our people can be shamed into believing things that aren't even true. So I'm not exactly sure how to go about that either, but this, I mean, that's basically, we all agree on that. I mean, the whole idea of white guilt, and it's this thing. I mean, if we could reverse it, whatever power this has over our people, if we could harness it for ourselves, that would be great.
Yeah, I mean, there's basically two kinds of people. And this is why we don't bother with quoting crime stats. There's people that already know, and then there's people that don't know and wouldn't care if they did. That's really the truth of the matter. You can go up to the average vague and tell them until you're blue in the face, hey, do you realize? And it wouldn't matter if it was 100% of the crime was committed by non-whites. They still wouldn't care. They'd still be anti-white. And that's why crime spurging just doesn't work, because they don't want to hear it. That's not where they're invested in. Mr. Hans.
I wanted to comment on this prediction that Jason made a long time ago about when the political assassinations start, it's not going to be um, people in the explicit white sympathetic sphere, that is going to be in the conservative anti-white light sphere. And it struck me as not believable at first, because I assumed that for these anti-white street scum, the Hitlerians would be the ultimate evil, and that's the ones that they would target. But when I thought about it a little while, I realized that from their perspective, the Hitlerians don't have any power, won't have any power, um, and those people are, from the anti-white perspective, evil, but they are honest and evil. While the conservatives, they fake their anti-whiteism, but they secretly care about white people, and they are dangerous because they have numbers, and that is why they're going after people like Trump, who doesn't care about white people. He will throw us a bone very, very occasionally. But it's clear he doesn't care about white people at all. Um, so I think that's why Trump, that attempt on Trump, I don't think there's any deep conspiracy, that Crooks guy. I think it was just the Secret Service is vehemently anti-white, um, and they just they just colluded because why go the extra mile? Why get the drones? This if someone gets this avatar of Western civilization, then we're all better off. Um, so it wasn't any deep conspiracy. It was this anti-white monster who fantasized about dying a hero in his own story in the anti-white narrative. And it's the same story everywhere that you see with these trans murderers. Same thing. Some middle-aged women, white women, decides to assassinate Trump, but then before she sets off on her hero's journey, she decides to announce it to the world, and then of course her whole fantasy, her whole female empowered fantasy fizzles out with a whimper. Um, but yes, so I'm totally on board with Jason's prediction, and so if we, and this is probably what's happening in AFD at the moment. Of course, the regime will say, no, this is all natural causes. But absolutely, they are at least some of them that will be killed. Same with reform. Reform in the UK, we know they don't care about white people. We know they will just pump the brakes a bit until white erasure does its thing, and then they ride off into the sunset and leave their people out to dry. We know that's going to happen, but the anti-white streets come don't know that. So absolutely, if I was Farage, I would have a private army around me now, because these low IQ anti-white streets come are out gunning for him, because from their perspective, he secretly loves white people and is dishonest about his anti-white positions that immigration is fine. So yes, I'm totally on board with that. I wasn't at first.
Well, Hans, it is natural causes. I mean, sure, you bled out from a bullet in the head, but yeah, death naturally happens after. Yeah, I'm not buying their narrative on any of those. When it comes to Trump, I guess we'll continue to do in this community what we've been doing, and we call out what he does, something right, and we'll hold him to the fire on the things that he doesn't. New Hampshire Patriots have been quiet for a while. Any thoughts from you? Okay, reckon not. I'll go back to Mr. Eindelen.
Well, I was just sitting here thinking too about what the Blue Flame was saying, because I do think like I was mentioning the conversation we had a couple weeks ago about the predictive power of, I mean, the power of prediction and stuff coming true. I'm really trying to wrap my head around, like, because like I said too, is like so many people, they cherry pick stuff that works for them. Um, and that's how, like, people like Fuentes has had so much success. I know some of it's manufactured. I know this isn't just something that's happening organically, and with the censorship being, I guess, in a way, YouTube has to compete with X now, because X has such light censorship that YouTube has to compete by lessening their censorship. So that's why, part of the reason why you see a lot of this stuff being like going mainstream on both platforms. But you still, like I mentioned, the comment about the people just like blatantly wrong about the nurse that had gotten killed. It's just like I said, it's frustrating, because we've made predictions in this community that have came true, and really trying to think of another way that we could boost our our guys, like boost our community, it's pretty tough. The only thing that I can really think of is just, I mean, for us to not lose energy and to just like, I mean, keep doing what you've been doing. But I'm pretty sure, like, yeah, I mean, we got people listening on YouTube now. That I think that was a great idea to do, because I know there's people on YouTube that are on the fence about creating an X account, and I would really encourage people to do so. I was on the fence about it for a long time. There's quite a large handful of people over here that have been working and serving the cause of white well-being for a while now. And if you're, I would say you don't have anything to lose. I mean, that's what we need. We really need to boost each other and really. I'm not really sure what other type of action we can do besides that. Like I said, you see complete nonsense being boosted by the algorithm, and it's very much a competition. Unfortunately, we're even over here with the lighter censorship. We get a lot of criticism. I've gotten criticism for the things that I've said. I've tried to. I mean, you try to convince people that are unfamiliar with Go Free, and yeah, as Biospirit said before, it's an uphill battle. But that's what I think we really need next. Is we just need more numbers. We need more sharing each other's stuff and boosting it in the algorithm. I know that sounds simple, but that's really what it comes down to with a lot of these other failed strategies. That's just it overtakes everything. Stuff that we've seen fail time and time again. And like I said earlier, people are still over here talking about segregation and racial separation and all this other stuff that's failed in the past. And people, they don't want to address why it's failed. They don't understand when we talk about psychological manipulation and how this stuff, this anti-whiteism affects us on a subconscious level. I just get the feeling like a lot of people, just when they start hearing, they don't want to hear that there's people that want. They start talking about Go Free. They've read Go Free, and but they're looking for the chapter of the book that tells you to go out in the street and start fighting people physically and stuff, and it's not there. This is so much of this is a battle of words and ideas, and that's what we need. We need more people joining in on that.
Well, you brought up some great points, brother. Well, first, let me say, for those of you on YouTube, please like the stream, share the stream, comment on the stream, give it some love. We're hoping to, between the shade tree here, which we've been doing for just about 2 months now, and of course the YouTube stream, I think this is our 5th one. You know, that helps get the word out, and it also um, normalizes what we do. I think the biggest thing about having the daily space is just normalizing Go Free. You know, we're not a cult. It's not some strange thing. Somebody left a comment on one of my other YouTube videos, how it sounds like I sound like a cult leader, which is interesting because it's not even me. That was Jason. They don't even realize that it's two separate people. Shows how much IQ they put into their post. But you know, having a daily stream here, I think, helps a lot because it does raise awareness. We've brought people into this community from this space, so I'm very hopeful that, you know, continuing to do this will help grow our numbers. And you know, at some point, they can only shadow ban us so much. At some point, they have to recognize that we exist, whether they like to or not, despite how much we are demonetized, deboosted, you know, and pushed down in all the algorithms. At some point, they're going to have to realize that we're here and we're not going anywhere. We are going to end anti-whiteism one way or another. And anti-whiteism, of course, is why segregation didn't work. It's why it was eliminated. There were a certain percentage of people, white people, who decided to make non-whites citizens, for example. Um, how did that come about? Because we didn't have a people, and we didn't have a percentage of people who felt that that would be bad enough for white people to vote against it and fight it. And that's not I'm not making a moral judgment. I'm just pointing out that that's how those things happen. Uh, Everything else is downstream from ending anti-whiteism. We're never going to do anything that people want to do until we become a people first. That has to come first. Everything else is downstream. And we do that here every day. We work very hard. Every person here that I see, Blue Flame, Eindelen, Janitor, Hans, Biospirit, um, and all down this list here are all people who love Western kind, who are fighting for Western kind. And I can't tell you how much, like, again, I am honored to be in all of your company. Miss Gladiator, you had your hand up first. Come on in.
Is it my turn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, my dogs was barking. I didn't want them to blow y'all's ears out. I am a more intimate, up close and personal type of person. That's how I am, with our shop. That's why people love us. We have fun conversations. We have deep conversations with people from all over, different ethnic groups and all over the United States. And I'm just wondering that I'm not very popular on social media. I really don't enjoy social media. I don't like being involved in it. I'm only on there for white well-being, really. Is that not effective for what our mission is? The way I operate up close and more personal on an up close personal level rather than the social media level?
I can only offer my opinion. There's obviously lot more than me here. I don't think that that's necessarily bad. There, and in person and in real life is where we have to make the most wins anyway. Let's be honest. You have to win the everyday conversations that you have. Most of the people that you're going to run into on social media either completely disagree or completely agree. It's the vagues we have to win over. We're going to go over to Biospirit. Julia, I'll get you taken care of. Go ahead, Biospirit.
Yeah, I will add to what Gladiator was asking about, that I have found most rewarding the headway that I make with people in real life. So I think that given what you've told us about your personality, that is probably what you should keep focusing your time and energy on, because that's what resonates best with you. And so, if you have extra time to do the social media stuff, um, and you can, just do a little click here or there, and do some upvoting and some retweeting and stuff, that's great. But if your forte is with people in person, then stick with that. I mean, that is where we need to win in the hearts and minds of our people, is in the every day with each other. So I applaud you on that. And then I also wanted to mention about what Eindelen was talking about, as far as how the internet is now, and on YouTube. I was noticing how I was getting suggested this couple of um, channels that I had never seen before. One was a guy who was all done up with a t-shirt with a rifle on it, and he had guns on the wall and behind him, and he was all talking about that we all needed to um, get our guns and take down the government and all this stuff. And I'm like, really? I mean, it's like, who put this together? The FBI. It was just so ridiculous, and I watched it for a little while, just laughing at it because it was so absurd. But I looked at it like Eindlin saying, and the guy's got more followers than Jason does, and his videos are getting like hundreds of thousands of upvotes and stuff. And I'm like, oh well, either this is just all done with bots, or somebody at YouTube is putting those numbers in there, uh, or people are really really stupid. But it kind of reminded me of the James Mark, the guy who with the um, motorcycle helmet from many years ago, who was very similar to this, that he was going to lead the charge, and we were all going to take the government over. It was just ridiculous. So anyway, I noticed that popped up, and then the other one that popped up was this account that I don't know who this guy is, but he films himself, and he's out walking around like in the state parks here in California. And I was trying to think of like what is the point of his channel, because it really wasn't making any sense to me. And then after I watched a couple of the episodes, I started noticing, oh, he's a doomsday documenter. His channel is there for all of the people who want to hear that everything is falling apart. It's the end of the world. Everything is collapsing. It's the end of the money. It's the end of jobs. It's the end of food. It's the end of everything. And again, he's got like almost 200,000 followers, and he gets all of the tons and tons of upvotes and stuff. And I look at that and I go, is that even real? Or are the anti-whites that organized that they are putting out this kind of content intentionally to try to demoralize people? I don't have the answer to those questions, but I just look at accounts like this and I think, wow, this is what is getting suggested to our people. And when they look at the follower count and the upvote count, and then they compare that to Jason, Tree Godfather, and people in our communities' channels, and they go, well, nobody's listening to these channels. It just makes people go elsewhere, and it is very very frustrating. I'm not sure that there's anything that we can do about it other than to plug on. And then the other thing I wanted to mention is that we don't need to recruit everyone. We don't have to have everybody come over to White Wellbeing. It just needs to be a small percentage of our people, and that's it. So don't worry about that. We have to reach absolutely everyone in order for this to be successful. And I'll pass it over. Thanks.
Brother, you said some amazing things. And I'll start with the last part is, yes, you're right. We only have to have a percentage of people. How much of that percentage remains to be seen. But absolutely, it doesn't have to be everybody. there's two ways that's not going to get us out of this situation, and that's voting or violence. And of course, every time you say that, the inevitable response I see is, oh, well, you must be some kind of pacifist pussies that aren't really interested in making a change. And of course, we in this community understand that why we say that voting and violence isn't going to solve the problem. Because you can vote anti-whites out, and that does not stop another anti-white from getting in. Why are there anti-whites even running? Because social morality is the anti-white immoral imperative. Same reason violence isn't going to solve it, because that just feeds the anti-white narrative. And look, see, they are evil. They don't want white well-being. They just want to hurt everybody else, and that's a non-starter. And then, of course, there's the third option, which I didn't mention, which is, where we get into the spurgs that think they're going to get rid of everybody and then the problem will be solved. And of course, that's not going to work. If you snapped your fingers tomorrow and every single Jew and every single non-white disappeared from America, would that solve the problem? Maybe for a few minutes, until the anti-white whites, which are our biggest problem, start welcoming all the other anti-white non-whites back in. So we have to change the social morality that says that it's okay to hurt white people. There is no other way, as Jason says. And, I can't tell you, again, I've said it many times and I'll reiterate it now. I have so much respect and love for Jason, because I know he's been very consistent with the same message over the years, because he is a smart motherfucker and he understands this problem more than anybody I have ever met in over 50 years of being involved in this stuff. Bar none. Mr. Eindelen.
Yeah, you're right about that. I agree, and of course that's why so many of us are here and staying loyal to Go Free. I mean, once you see it as the solution, it's just like everything else. Once you see, you can't unsee it. So there's no going back on this stuff. But at the same time, we've seen people that, I mean, I guess in reality, some of the people that Jason's collaborated with in the past, they were really just intending to boost their own popularity. But yeah, I mean, I agree. Nobody articulates this like Jason does. But I was thinking that on what Gladiator was saying, that and agreeing with Biospirit, that if you're having success in real life, that's really, I mean, that's great, and I would definitely encourage you to keep doing that. I think if people can do it, try to do both, because I I've done most until I made this X account. Everything was basically with my own name, but now using this alias, it gives me a different type of security, I guess you would say. I mean, I think if people can do both, then give it a shot, because where it's really the slow process of planting seeds, like we've said before, where you're not going to convince everybody, and people that you do convince, it's not going to happen all in one conversation. It's something that you really have to chip away at. So you're planting these seeds, and at the same time, I still I don't want people to go out and start and have like confrontations with people and stuff like that. But I do think some of us could do more calling out of these people that are just I mean, because we've gotten so much criticism over the years. Like we're passive in terms of like senseless physical violence, but we've seen Jason call this stuff out so many times himself, and to be honest, the numbers really kind of go up when he mentions people like Fuentes. And it's not in a glowing light. People, you notice that that stuff gets more attention, and I'm fairly certain that with all the spurgs that get upset when somebody's talking, telling telling you what Fuentes really is. A lot of people don't like it. It does resonate with other people because the more we keep calling out his inconsistencies, I think the more it's obvious that people like Jason, not many people, I mean, really just him, has been consistent over all these years. That's one thing that has to impact people after a while is these people have flip flopped and everything else. That's what I said the other day too. Is people like Khaled who thought that Kanye West with his anti-Jew rap was some type of hero. We can't let people forget about that. We can't. We have to call that out because that's what these people are following. So they have no space to criticize us. So just some ideas. I'll pass it back over.
Yeah, brilliantly put, Eindhoven, for sure. Good afternoon. Hope you're well. Miss Julia, come on in.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for entertaining me while I was sewing. I wanted to respond to Gladiator. It sounds like you have a similar personality to myself. I I have been online since I was 9 years old, um, which was America Online at the time. So I have been online a lot, and I've run forums and moderated and been highly active on social media for uh, most of my life. Although I've also taken big breaks and uh, for let's see, since my mid 20s, I've been I have naturally fallen into this habit of taking regular breaks, where I just need like a few weeks off, like just no internet at all. So yeah, if I've ever just like disappeared like that, that's normal for me to do now and then. And I think it's healthy for me. But I've always been much more effective in person, especially one on one. I do so much better one on one than I do in groups. Small groups are okay, but I really dislike crowds, and that's just not where I really shine. And so I completely relate to you, Gladiator. And if you have that same type of energy, I'm sure you have found that you can be very effective at persuading others or even just nudging them in a certain direction by speaking from your heart, by being passionate and genuine. People really can sense that and respond to it very, very well, in my experience, um, especially from a woman. That's a nice female privilege that we have, is that in person we especially when we're talking to men, of course, uh, there we come across very well if we are interested and enthusiastic. uh, men love that type of energy from us, so take advantage of it, go for it. It sounds weird, but I the way that I speak online is actually very, very similar to how I speak in person. So when I mean, I use the lexicon in real life. It works beautifully. It doesn't need to be adjusted even. I mean, obviously, you I find that I will speak differently depending on who my audience is, right? So if I'm speaking to someone who is not very intelligent, then I need to word things a little bit more differently so that they uh, can fully understand it, or as best as they can. If I'm speaking to someone more intelligent, then I do my best to really clarify, provide all the details of and complexity. But yeah, I found it works very, very, very well to do the one-on-one in real life. But I don't know how much experience you have with social media, but if you're interested in it and it's something you have time for, I would bet that you would also be very good at that. And you just might need a little bit of practice to get good at it, because they do translate quite well. So once you learn the language of Go Free, I think you'll find that you're able to use it in in different places quite easily. So just give it a go if you're interested, if you have the time.
Some very good advice from Julia. You know, it's interesting because I have been told in DM regarding the spaces that some people are not very keen at talking in the spaces. And of course, I have decades of experience talking pretty much to total strangers and all and sundry just from being on amateur radio and uh, thousands of hours spent in the cockpit. You know, Centerville traffic. Skyhawk 967 Victor is 15 to the south, inbound for landing 32 Centerville. You know, so this kind of comes a little bit more natural to me than other people. But I encourage everybody, whether it's social media, getting in the spaces and speaking. We don't bite here. You know, we are pretty liberal about handing out mics. As long we just ask that you act like a proper Westman and get involved. We're here, and Mr. Blue Flame, it's on you.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to something that Biospirit was wondering. Um, in my perception, what you're seeing with all these characters on, for example, on YouTube or what have you, with the big followings, you have to wonder is that, I mean, compare them. What makes them so special in comparison to Jason? You know, whatever all their names are, I don't know. I don't pay much attention to most of these types, if any at all. Um, in fact, if it wasn't for anyone here bringing them up once in a while, I wouldn't even have a clue. But that is a bit irrelevant. The thing is that there are, in fact, organizations of sort um, who are basically trying to turn the internet or certain platforms like YouTube into TV. And the signs are kind of, there is actually quite some exposure about it already. But yeah, you just have to know the characters that are being exposed or who rat on their former bosses once they get fired for whatever reason. I think even last year there was this girl. I don't know who these people are called, right? There was this girl, pretty well known in the conservative sphere or the conservative sphere, and the whole idea seemed like she was just as naturally she just came up and everything went just fine, and she's just doing her thing from her room, from her bedroom, and she was just this adolescent, adolescent girl, and over the years, early 20s, blah blah blah. But then, certainly enough, eventually it came out that she was in fact the employ in the employ of the types like Shapiro, even though like her there was never a mention of him. None of his talking points were necessarily mentioned, as far as I know. Uh, and attached to that girl were several other of these types who have their own, reasonably big channels on YouTube. Like, I do not know what I call it. It's like a media conglomerate, sort of. You have little groups like this on the internet, and they have connections to, I suppose, politicians. They tend to have money. I mean, if they're non-whites, you know that a lot of money will be siphoned to them in support and all of that stuff, right? Uh, so this is an actual thing. Now, is this anti-whites actively planning it as such? I don't think so. I mean, you have to bear in mind that anti-whites have varying sub-factions that are at one another's throats as well, constantly. And that before you even start looking at how unstable so many of them are, right? These anti-whites are they're like hyenas, one day they're chasing a deer, and the next day they're biting one another. It's simply what they do. Um, and in the meantime, and you have your conservatives, even if they're not necessarily have any animosity towards whites, they're like the yeah, just greedy people who some through connections, through their upbringing, through family, whatever it's going to be, manage to buy themselves a place on the internet. They go to yeah, YouTube is ran by anti-whites. So all these types need to do is basically go over there, put a bag of money or whatever on the table and say, okay, for this amount of subscribers, bots, of course, or whatever it's going to be, you are going to, well, yeah, for this amount of money, boom, you're going to give me this amount of attention, and my videos are going to be shared at this regular pace or irregular pace, even, but often enough that people catch it, right? And that's I know it's a very crude and very simplistic way of explaining it, but this is what actively is has already happened, and it's been going on for years already. This is nothing new. um so is it like the big anti-white corporation coming like doing all of this? No, it's still chaos out there. It's still a mess. And these people are as keen to backstab one another as anyone, just to one up each other. It's absolutely the jungle in that regard as well out there. Um, yeah, we just have that problem is that we don't have similar connections, I suppose. So it's very unfortunate, but it does seem that well, it does seem that a lot of people really only respond to who already has the biggest crowd, and big crowd equals more right. Now that is not necessarily from stupidity or for being evil or whatever it's going to be. It often that's a fear response, fear of the masses. And if you want to look into trauma, it's even fear of self, fear of life. If I have a herd of sheep to hide in, then maybe the wolf will not get me and will get someone else instead. It's just this despicable attitude. Um, that's yeah, that's what is basically happening right now. Yeah, and also a bunch of non-white groups who have recently shown up in the West in bigger and bigger numbers, who are now unleashing torrents of bots. Like there are YouTube channels. I think I screenshotted some of it a while ago. YouTube channels that basically crap out all of this AI garbage, like 40 videos a day, and all of these videos magically have hundreds of thousands of views. Is it like as if who has the time for that in a day? Even a dedicated weirdo on the internet does not have time for that. But there you are. I mean, you could say it's like these non-white groups. They might be too stupid to realize that they're giving themselves away like this. Um, but yeah, they're smart enough to set this mess up. Like, and then here's the thing: a lot of anti-whites who do this sort of self-destructive stuff, it's like in the long run, it's going to backfire on them. Uh, for whatever reason, they don't look ahead at all. And you could say it's not our problem, anyways, which is true. But it just goes to say is that there's a lot of types out there also who are, yeah, they're racing towards a cliff, and they can't get there fast enough in a way as well. And the problem is that we are on that railroad, so to say, tied on that railroad, if you will. Um, yeah, so yeah, such organization does exist there, and keeping us actively put down. Yeah, this is also another aspect, I suppose, of I suppose conservatism. I suppose it's a form of anti-whiteism again. There's also a lot of these content creators, as that is called, these hucksters who need to keep us down because they fear that their audiences are going to start listening to Jason up to the point is that their greed or their anti-white resentment towards us is going to be revealed, and then their game is up. And it can even simply be about the money. Like they make money by saying anti-white garbage, and it's not that they hate whites. They're just so callous and so so sick that they put money before people. And like I think that that Shapiro character is one of these examples. Like there's like this quote I remember from him. It's like, I don't see race, or like I only see one color, which is green. Referring to money. Like this is someone who's profoundly sick in the head. This like basically like thumping his little chest and saying, I put money before people. Like that is fucking insane. That's a sociopath, bragging about like bragging about being Scrooge McDuck or whatever the hell you can even compare that as. Like the unpleasant variant. And yeah, and these are on the they have the huge bot numbers, and therefore, well, there you go. And I would not be surprised either as far as these Fuentes creatures or something along the likes. If that one would vanish, you would have another one up there immediately. Give or take a month, boom. And out of the blue, because again, you also have to wonder, guys, like you see how much in with what we are doing, it is organic, it is natural. People come in, people flow back out. All of these other types, they don't have these issues. Like, how is that even possible, that every single individual that joins these huge crowds stays there forever, never vanishing? No internal, I don't really agree with that, so I'm going to break off here. Or we really need to talk, like you like the realization of having following some absolute weirdo, and you're like, oh man, you're into young men dressed up like cats or whatever weird stuff that happens out there, and these followings just stick around. It's like, what? Like, and nobody asks himself like how these crowds simply stay there. It's like, it makes no sense. There's nothing natural, there's nothing human about that at all. And I describe, so like the description I initially make of these little conglomerates who, as far as I see it, yeah, they have their little creeds, their ideologies, whatever it's going to be that they want to push, because it enriches them, not because they're actual believers of whatever it is that they spew, right? It's just that is what is most advantageous to them. They're a capitalist when it's convenient to them. They're a communist when it's convenient to them too, right? Those types. And then there are the operatives of very very powerful institutions, which is it couldn't be easier for them to get in there. In whichever way, we're gonna make you a deal you can't refuse, bro, and that sort of stuff, right? Um, there is that as well. Absolutely, you can be certain of it. Um, all and the ones that they prop up, they don't even need to realize that. You know, they don't even need to realize it. They're just usually they pick these wretches who they're not gonna get, like they barely know which end of a like which yeah they don't know even which end of a shovel to hold. They've they've never lifted anything heavier than a fork in their lives or whatever it's gonna be. It's like sometimes you simply need to imagine these types with all who get all of this attention and just put them in like a regular job situation, with their obnoxious behavior, their ill health, their nasty mouths. Okay, and then imagine, it's like, how long would you work in a store? How long would you work in an office? How long would you work? I don't know, in construction or whatever it's gonna be. And when you ask yourself that, when you look at certain types, the answer very quickly tends to be not at all. You would be fired within a day, or you would leave within a day, because they're just that utterly dysfunctional and frail for most part, or simply just nasty personalities that nobody wants anything to do with, and yeah. Um, That is drama, and there you see how it is all basically turned into TV as we know it. Why TV? Because we have an older generation with a lot of, I suppose, institutional power who are reverting to what they are used to. In that sense, I guess there is a bit of a self betrayal in that too, but it is also familiar territory to them, familiar enough that they can then just tweak a little here and tweak a little there until yeah, the internet is basically again state TV, if you will, government enforced, sanctioned, whatever you want to call it. Um, and that exists and that is on its way because again we don't have a people who there are many who want to put a stop to it, who don't like it. They see it, but they don't know what white well-being is. And if you would tell them, they don't usually link it to the problem that they're seeing on its way. And rather than even try out, yeah, just be stubborn about it. Because they feel uncomfortable or they're scared or whatever it's going to be, due to a personal failure. And there's one more thing, and for this, it's yeah, I'm not sure if any. I guess it's a bit, yeah, it's the only example from a movie, for example, that I can think of. Um, for any of you who has ever watched like some 2000s movie with that actor called Skarsgård or something like that, um, and the movie is called King Arthur. It's like another retelling of that tale, somewhere in the 2000s. Um, there is a character in that story, in that movie, who basically sells out his own people to the invader for a bag of gold, right? The selfish individualist. Because yeah, you have the villain, but the villain pays the selfish individualist. Selfish individualist says, "Boy, I guess go kill my people. I have money," right? Is actually a villain in his own regard. Um, like, why is it so bad as well? And maybe this leans a bit against what the description that you were making, Hans, in regards to anti-whites thinking themselves as heroes. Um, I am certain that they tell themselves that, but when you really speak on the inside, they move through subversion. Someone who is being heroic tends to move open, right? Tends to act with pride, tends to act uh, with decency, decorum, a certain honor in the fight, or what have you. At least, maybe I'm naive. It's also possible, but that's how I see it. But we know that anti-whites are anything but that, and deep down they know full well enough that they're absolute evil little shits. Um, they simply are, they're prime gaslighters, and that includes gaslighting themselves. Now, the selfish individualist who takes a bag of gold and lets his people be slain. I do think that in large part this is an issue that throughout the centuries even we have never addressed as a people, because on the outset, and maybe due to a lack of well, back in the day, when someone took money, who was to know, right? That sort of thing. There was no internet, there was no real, even decent media wasn't necessarily really there. It was a lot of gossip, a lot of nonsense, and what have you. Um, so it was a problem that was very difficult to detect. But today, through the technology that we have, it's easier to track. It's easier to keep an eye on, right? And I think throughout the centuries, we have just again the same as we have these spiteful white anti-whites, just born messed up or whatever it's going to be, or simply choose to live lowly lives for whatever reason and don't want to build themselves up and are rather envious towards those of us who actually want to do something with ourselves. um there are simply these these selfish individualists, because what they do can be legal, right? But let's say a merchant of whatever, or some guy who sells peppers. I'm just saying something, right? Some guy who sells peppers, and he does very well for himself, and he stabs his economic opponents wherever he can, under customs, screws them over, absolutely sociopathic behavior, but it's all legal on the paperworks. And our race has allowed this to happen. These types become very these types become wealthy. They build up little imperiums, and because they're selfish individualists, the imperiums need to revolve around themselves or their family, their ego, whatever it's going to be, right? And if they have to, and having the understanding on how to screw someone over through legalese, eventually having armies of lawyers that they can just afford, maybe even bribe a judge eventually, treading outside of legal territory, but getting away with it because here we are, because they have that much money. They simply get away with it. Simple as. And then install their own little men in all of these positions, right? We as a race have simply allowed that to happen. And these might have been, those who had the most children. And I know it's, again, I give a simplistic image of this. It's not as straightforward of that all their children must be the same evil little selfish creatures or whatever. I'm not saying that at all. What I am saying is that these habits get passed on with each successive generation to the point that they are, in fact, a sort of a norm because of the sheer prevalence of it, right? And I think that that is somewhere where this psychological weakness that we have for ideas actually comes from, and just the lack of care towards our own. Um, that is at one angle. The other angle is also due to trauma and all of that, but I've already brought it up enough, I suppose, at this point in time. Um, and yeah, I think that is something that we need to be wary of as well, because we know that legal or illegal, it can still be evil, right? A lot of immigration, as they call it, a lot of white erasure is legal. It doesn't make it right, but here we are, right? Again, as a race, just letting these ideas just be used against us. The stuff that we wanted to structure a decent society with and succeeded up to a point. Anti-whites might have been rewriting all of it, but then again, that comes back to the point of, yeah, but who have we allowed to, let's say, have the most children? Well, if it's the selfish individualists, then the chances are that your society is going to be very much focused on that behavior. And yeah, again, that's another aspect. That's a sort of osmosis effect that happened that way. And look at the situation; it all speaks for itself. Maybe this is something that the President Trump has issues with as well. I do not know. I still like to think that he isn't like a bad guy or that he is an anti-white. Uh, and I don't want to condemn him because, to be honest, we don't know in which degrees that he has to keep his mouth shut for whatever reason. Again, I'm also not saying to be blindly for him. It's not one or the other. It's simply like look at it from his perspective as well. That is really important. And again, as certainly as that we always will have each generation will have its element of white anti-whites. That is now something we can take with us in history now that we have an understanding. The same with selfish individualists, I would say. Okay, an individual always has the choice, right? And there is always something to be said for that. And it's not, it's not the whole sins of the father nonsense either. But when you see someone be just be self-serving in the extreme, like willing to hurt others, to hurt their own people for personal gain, then we have a big issue. It doesn't even matter if the books are okay, right? I would hope so, at any rate. And yeah, uh, that's. I think it's really important to consider all of that, guys. I know it it might be annoying because it is yet something else that we have to keep an eye on. But if we uh, and maybe to some extent I might be off, and I know it is a simplistic way that I describe it here. There is far more that comes with it. But yeah, again, if we go into detail, we'll be sitting here until like 2 days, 2 weeks from now, and we probably still would be on about it. So uh, to have a brief, to have a brief going over it, and to understand that as well. And with that, with that understanding, then we can have that expectation of society. With that expectation of society comes in the next question of, okay, how do we advocate for white well-being? Do we need to make adaptations for, in this manner? Do we have specialized means by which we can approach those types? Like, for example, very, very simple thing is like, to a selfish individualist will, you will always have to understand is that the moment something is more advantageous to them, they're going to betray you, right? If you are in the way of them, one-upping you, or one-upping some, just getting richer or getting more powerful or what have you, they immediately will mess you over if you're in their way, even if it's by accident. But with that said, if you're someone who helps them advance themselves, well, they're going to stick to you like a leech, right? And maybe that is what is required. The advantage might be is that, okay, this is a leech that actually might give something to be relieved of a headache, let's say. And have we is this maybe something that we're missing in our messaging, right? Or again, with these YouTubers have like their little circles. It's not one big circle, it's just a whole slew of them, right? Like, in our messaging, again, are there circles that we to some extent can go to and give them something that appeals to them, and that is usually seen in their messaging, mostly, not always. Well, and I guess was it Einlin? Was it you who said with like Colette, like rather promote a creature like that Kane or whatever his name is, rather promote that than someone like Jason. It's like that is so secondhand embarrassment inducing. I didn't even know that. That is the most ridiculous thing that the yeah. That is, yeah. I guess you have that sort of stupidity on there as well, I suppose. It's like, oh yeah, he hates non-whites, so we're gonna be buddies because I hate the same non-whites. It's like that's a whole new level of shoe size IQ behavior. It's like, it actually makes me laugh. It's so bad. But anyways, yeah. Uh, Again, like we have to understand is that our messaging has to always evolve. And looking at society in this way, maybe we can make adaptations or specializations that help us talk to certain people. And again, it's about making people, I suppose, also understand is that with white well-being, you no longer need to be afraid. With white well-being, you no longer need to be impoverished. With white well-being, you no longer will need to be hungry. You will no longer have to deal with criminals. Like, we like really laying out the goodies that come with all of this. You will have beautiful museum to visit. You will have the flashiest German new brands of cars. um, and on a bit of a personal note, I find it very sad that this is probably what needs to happen. But if it needs to happen, well, so be it, I guess. And Yeah, I guess I just wanted to share that, and I understand if it's a little bit, if it's quite a bit to chew on, but again, maybe that's what needs to be taken into consideration. It's a bit of a pity that Jason isn't here, because I would have been very interested, or I would be interested in his thoughts on that as well, or if he has tried something as such, or if he had some insights on that. But again, I'm going to ask anyone who has a better chance of speaking to him or contacting him than me to maybe give him a nudge. It's like, hey, is this something that we have tried, or haven't we? Because I also am just speaking from my perspective. I've been around for a while, for quite a few years, but I mean, yeah, even I might have missed something here, there, and the other, right? Anyways, I see some others want to speak, so I'll leave it here. Kane West, though, that is ridiculous.
It's a lot to chew on, but you say a lot of good things. And you speak from the heart as well as your brain. So I want you to know that it's all appreciated. Just want to read in some stuff here from the Westman 123. He writes, I believe a lot of non-white anti-whites are disingenuous about why they are anti-white, but most of the anti-white whites have been poisoned by anti-whiteism and really believe in their anti-whiteism, really believe that their anti-whiteism is good. When a politician or anyone says we need immigration, automatically respond with the government is anti-white. They never ask about why white numbers are lowering. Obviously, the system is anti-white. Eindelen had your hand up. Come on in.
But yeah, I agree with the Blue Flame. The selfish individualism definitely needs to be called out because we see it in so many different ways. I mean, and you were talking about the social media stuff for sure. Some of these channels are definitely they're definitely pushed. It's their popularity is not all organic. I really noticed that the censorship and stuff was changing when I would first log into YouTube and I would get recommended random channels that only had like 50 to 100 subscribers, but they would put out a couple videos and within a short amount of time they were getting thousands and thousands of views. Now they're already up to 50,000 subscribers. One of them was called Shameless Spurg on YouTube, and it's exactly like it sounds. There wasn't anything special about it, but I guess it fills a void, and that's one thing some of these successful social media guys do. People like Fuentes, he got super popular around the time, especially when Jordan Peterson was really kind of he was like crashing out, and I mean all the people, because people used to follow him like religiously, and when he started having his issues and basically having his drug problems and all this other type of stuff, he started getting a lot of criticism, and Fuentes was kind of there to catch a bunch of these guys, and they ended up calling themselves the Groypers and everything. But it all kind of happened perfectly for him. And along with that, he's also artificially boosted. And that's one thing with Jason that we know for sure is that he's suppressed. That's a fact, and that's why I said it earlier. But I also wanted to go back to the fact that nobody's supporting us but us. We do. I see people. I get some upvotes on stuff that are people that are outside of this community. So that's great to see. But like I said before, the power of suggestion is really important because it's not just people that are on the other side gaining popularity. They're boosted artificially. But yeah, it's a lot. I mean, like you said, with the selfish individualism, yeah, it definitely needs to be called out. A lot of this stuff really needs to be called out. It's just trying to find the best way to go about it so that it's not just us getting into social media fights with people. It's also winning over hearts and minds, which I make it sound simple, but it's actually really difficult. but some people consider like dramas like the spice of life. Unfortunately, in this world, especially in the West, the way sports and stuff are, people love to have teams. They people love to root for their favorite. They pick a favorite and root for them, and that's where some of that misplaced loyalty comes from. There's nothing in my head though that'll convince me that it's not artificial when you have thousands of people that would rather call themselves boy groypers instead of saying that I'm going to go free. Like that just doesn't add up in my head. So there's that. We're definitely battling suppression. So just some stuff to consider.
That's good stuff to consider too. Um, yeah, you see that a lot with posts, that are boosted to the top because it's got the most likes, and you can't always trust that that's necessarily the right path or the right answer. So it's a very good observation, I'm doing. We're going to go around with hands. We got Julia, Grace, and Hans, and then we're going to get the final thoughts. Miss Julia.
Yeah, so regarding um, whether, okay, so a lot of content is obviously astroturfed, and then there's um, the paid bots as well. Uh, but I think it was you, Eindela, it might have been someone else who was talking about how negative doom dissecting, outrage porn, that type of content is very, very popular, and was wondering if people were really that stupid, um, or, and I think the answer to that is yes, people really are that stupid. And people, that's why the news, I think, has always been uh, so popular, is because it's just all negativity, and people love to complain. And yeah, most people really are pretty stupid, especially compared to this group here, which is, the AP class. Um, but yeah, most people are pretty stupid and pretty obsessed with negativity. It's like when you look at any type of like reviews, people only go online um to complain about things, generally speaking. They don't go online to be like, oh, someone smiled at me and it made me feel nice. Like, uh the news doesn't report on, a family had a happy dinner where everyone discussed peacefully, and that's just like not interesting then. So there's always going to be a focus on, not always, but there, I think it is quite natural for there to be a focus on the negative, and anti-whiteism definitely takes advantage of that. But yes, people are that stupid and negative. um and then I wanted to also comment on uh selfish individualists. And I believe I've said this before in a space or spaces where I think that it pervades anti-whiteism a little bit, in the sense that it's part of this dysgenic trend in the West. So because of modern medicine and the Industrial Revolution, agriculture, people who would have died in the past are surviving now. And I think a lot of those spiteful mutants, as Edward Dutton calls them, um, uh, and I do highly recommend his content, particularly on this subject. I think that that's what a lot of these selfish individualists are, because they don't have, because they are defective themselves. They don't care about their kin, they don't care about their race. Um, they effectively can't. So it just makes perfect sense that with this huge dysgenic trend, and welfare, of course, um, further supporting multi generational breeding of these dysgenic types, that it fosters anti-whiteism. It's just a whole big feedback system, and yeah, I think that is a big part of it.
Good afternoon and welcome, Grace Smith. Come on in.
Hey, thank you for letting me speak for a minute. I just wanted to comment. I think those are really good observations on the Blue Flame and Eindlin and everybody who spoke about the different reasons as to why, Jason is so suppressed and his popularity just isn't there compared to, the Nick Fuentes's and all that. And I think that there were some things that are totally, that were talked about that were really just right on the nail here. Yes, it's suppression by anti-whites. And yes, there is a lot of content creators that are pushed for various reasons, be it through different media entities or
I think we lost Grace. Is anybody else hearing her?
No.
Can't hear her.
Hey, Grace, we dropped out. We can't hear you.
Pick me.
I pick you. I pick you, Hans.
Okay. I wanted to comment on the messaging, white positive messaging. And this is something that I struggle with personally, because anti-whiteism touches a lot of areas. It touches everything. Every aspect of private and public life is touched by anti-whiteism. That's how a social morality works. But what I sometimes fall into is to unload um, everything into one message. So what happens is everyone has his favorite hobby horse. And if you unload wide spectrum, it's like shooting with a shotgun. For instance, there are facets of anti-whiteism in LGBT, in organized Christianity, feminism, radical Islam, atheism, paganism, nationalism. But if you put all that in a single message, you alienated the entire white race. So you can take that same message and break it up into 9 different messages, and suddenly 90% of white people will agree with you, or will be amenable to your white positive message. So that is just something that I try to not do, but it is always it's always a challenge.
Excellent point, sir. The Denanaki Fugue on YouTube says, I was anti-white because of the programming in school. The North, for generations, has been saturated with it. It's a narrative, and media control subverts contradictions to the narrative. I had no idea what was going on until I was pigeonholed into BitChute and and saw info I was never exposed to prior. Sorry for the inconsistent reading. It's tough. Those laptops just a little bit out of my line of view. We'll go over to Eindlin, and then we'll pass it around for finals.
Sorry, I know you wanted to wrap up. I just wanted to kind of it doesn't have to be answered either right now, but one thing that I had, it kind of goes along with what Hans was saying, where it's just impossible to fit everything into one post. You might see something and just be able to really expound on it more, but there's just, you can't get your you can't get everything across in one point. But one thing that I had an issue with was I was speaking because I see this a lot too, especially on here. People talking about I have no white guilt and all this other type similar statements that we know in reality, like we all what white guilt is just it's ingrained in all of us. But as a strategy to kind of break the ice with somebody. The guy said that, but he also said at the same time that uh, his whole life he grew up and he went to school and everybody, even though he had no white guilt, he was condemned as a racist his whole life. So he's basically talking about his lived experience as growing up and being condemned as a anti-white slur. So to kind of break the ice, I tried to say to him, like, okay, I understand you don't have guilt, but even though you don't have guilt, that doesn't mean you're living outside of the anti-white narrative. You're still living under the anti-white uh, uh, it, basically you're still living under the anti-white narrative. I can't remember word for word what I said, but then I kind of got some pushback on that because, of course, we've seen it before. The people have said like it's impossible for you to not have any white guilt for X reasons. But at the what I was trying to do was like I said, like break the ice with him, and then try to get him like thinking on our terms, and then you can steer back to those other points and say, well, in reality, now that you see what I'm saying, can't you identify some of the guilt that you may have had that you didn't previously recognize? I don't know if that's making any sense, but like you said, you can't get your whole message across with one little message at a time. Like it's kind of like you can break the ice, and then if they're receptive to what you're trying to say, then you can go back and cover some of these other things. But one thing I didn't want to do, and I've noticed that I've actually did this a couple times, and it might not have been the best thing to do, was when people tell me that, especially if they're like an older gentleman or something, I don't want to just completely be like refuting people's lived experience. Like I think people can really be turned off from that. Like if somebody tells me that they like the Tree Godfather, for example, he's been in this to some capacity his whole life. So for me to tell him like, no, you're wrong, like you actually like I just don't feel right doing that. I almost feel like if I tried it a different way, I could kind of break the ice and maybe they would be more receptive. And then, like I said, I'm repeating myself now, but I just kind of wanted to throw that out there because I had that. I was going back and forth with somebody, and then somebody from our community kind of like gave me some pushback for doing that. But then the very next comment after they gave me pushback, the person said, no, I don't agree with that at all. And then they just kind of like dipped off. So, yeah, I just wanted to put that out there. But I know you said you wanted to wrap up too. So thank you.
No problem, Mindlin. Yeah, it's like the old saying, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. And I've had conversations about white taxing where, you know, people don't realize just how much we're white taxed to support anti-whiteism. But once you break it down in little bits at a time and highlight every little thing over time, they start to understand just how bad the problem is. Miss Grace Smith, we're going to try you one more time. Hopefully, you're back, and we'll see if you have any final thoughts.
Oh, could you not hear me?
Yeah, you dropped out towards I assume, the end of your
Oh, okay.
statement
Yeah.
last time around.
Okay. Well, sorry about that. No, that's funny. It's weird. I live in this older farmhouse, and in some places of it, I get super good reception, and then in others, it's just like in a tunnel. I don't know. It's all the same house. I don't get it. But no, thank you so much for having me and for letting me speak. And I thought there were some really good points made, and I just really I enjoy this. This is a great way for people to be able to socially kind of come together in a in a difficult time period where it's hard sometimes to find people that you can talk to like this. So it's I think it's really helpful for people.
Hey, that's why we do it. Mr. Janitor of White Noir, your finals.
I got some answers that I was looking for from the space, specifically about the question I asked earlier on. And I got some great replies out and responses from prospects and on X today and throughout the whole week. Actually, I had really good success. So thanks for all that, including the influencer I talked to. That was a really good conversation I had. So arming him, being awakened to that.
Outstanding. It's always good to hear that we have successes, and I'm very happy that you got successes. Biosphere of the West.
I'm going to be really short because I have a bit of a headache. It was great space. Thank you very much. And I look forward to seeing you all again.
Great to see you here, brother. Ms. Gladiator, any final thoughts?
Yeah, I just want to say that I really appreciate you guys, all y'all. Um, for 7 years, I just felt like a desolate human being all alone by myself, and stepping back out into the world, I felt really defeated. I felt like, this is the time I just might as well just go ahead and give in and convert to the way of which is the anti-white world. And then one night I just stumbled across Jason on Facebook, and I was lost, and I just feel found. I feel found amongst this community. I love y'all. Have a good day.
I can tell you that you are loved by this community, and we are very happy to have found you. Please don't go anywhere. We wouldn't want to lose you. Mr. Hans.
I wanted to say to Grace, because the wireless communication is the same phenomenon that normal optical light is. And sometimes, because I have the same experience, when you walk around, you can see the signal go down. And I sometimes fantasize about the future that we are going to get once we recapture our destiny, because at some point we are going to have sunglasses that can see the electromagnetic radiation that is the frequency of wireless communication, and then you will be able to see how the wireless communication reflects from certain surfaces, and the shadows, just like you see shadows in natural light, and then you will be able to walk to the place where you get wireless light from 3 different directions, and you will get your good connection. So yes, there's many things to look forward to.
Perhaps someday we'll have glasses that'll let us see anti-whiteism. That would be interesting. Ms. Julia.
Sorry, having mic issues. Thank you, Hans, for that information to look forward to. I have a similar issue to Grace with um, living in an old building where basically, well, the internet is very bad. It's LTE only, and so it's just wireless. I don't have any wired internet or even a phone line. And in terms of my cell phone, I only get reception in one corner of my bathroom. uh, so that's not very convenient. Um, but yeah, for final thoughts, I'm going to echo the other two ladies in saying that I just love the sense of community that we have in these spaces, in this group, and it's really wonderful getting to know all of you as people, and being able to uh, share stories from my own life. So I'm really enjoying that. Thank you, everyone.
I have this image of Julia flushing and swashing at the same time. I do feel your pain, though. I'm out in the woods, and I promise you the internet here is iffy at best, but it does seem to be getting a little better, hopefully. Mr. Eindelen, last but not least, your final thoughts, my brother.
Well, I really appreciate you guys, and yeah, it's been another great one. I just want Hans to know, like, no matter how good the technology gets, we're still not going to tolerate you flicking your card holder into the little TSA bin. So you just better remember that, Mister. But no, I'm joking. All right. Well, I love you guys, and I'll see you again tomorrow.
Hans is a Roman statue. He'll flick it wherever he pleases.
Right.
Ah, man. Well, it's been a long space, but a very good space. And of course, it wouldn't be the space it is without all of you guys. So you are all so much appreciated. You have no idea. But with that, this has been the Tuesday edition of the Shade Tree White Wellbeing NWG Space. We meet here daily at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on X. We practice the Go Free lexicon and concepts as developed by my friend Jason Kuda, Mr. No White Guilt. You can find him here on X as at No White Guilt NWG. Elsewhere is simply No White Guilt, and on the web at nowhiteguilt.org. I want to thank each and every one of the speakers, and there was a whole bunch of you today, and all of you who showed up to listen. You all make this space possible by bringing your diverse experience, skill sets, and intelligence here for us all to share. Without all of your participation as speakers or listeners, I want to especially thank all of you on X for making the YouTube stream so awesome. I appreciate you guys. But without all of you, it'd just be me, an old man rambling in the space. And I'm not that interesting or handsome. Thanks again. I truly appreciate y'all. Enjoy the rest of your day or